sky. Look into your eyes, got me feeling kinda hot, hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be your mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. But now I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
tienes dando vueltas, baby. Dando vueltas, baby. Sentirte suavecito así, déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate a un ladito de mí, pégate a un ladito de mí. Ay, contigo yo me pierdo, como un trompo me tienes dando vueltas, baby. Dando vueltas, baby.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? New room, new set, who dis? Yeah, this is temporary. I'm in Texas for a little bit. But we might be starting a Texas arc. Let's fucking go. Because maybe I'll move back here. I don't know. Downgraded the plushies for a Warhol banana. Okay, I'm seeing mixed reception to this. And Matt MLT, thank you so much for subscribing. You've been subscribed for 10 months at tier 2. I really, really appreciate it. It's kind of hard to even think that I've been streaming for like a year and that I've had tier 2 subscribers for 10 months. So I really, really appreciate it. And yes, you guys, the title is very real. Hunter Biden. First, is he the first son of the United States? Because I think he is like the oldest behind Bo, who passed away. Big dick, crackhead, America's own, If you know him, you love him. Okay. He went on Candace Owens, and apparently, because I haven't seen a lick of this, I just saw a Twitter clip that was like, is Hunter Biden seriously trying to say that like Israel made Biden participate in the genocide? So this is going to be, I think, a good one. I like this commentary. Well, I assume so because you're watching me. And before we get into all of that, honestly, we're probably going to do dessert first. I'm probably going to start with PBD pretty soon. It's been too long. I need it injected into my veins. This is, in fact, the #1 PBD React channel and fan channel. So I just think it would be appropriate to start on a good note. As well as also talking about how, like, probably the biggest corruption scandal of ever just happened in the last few days. Would you really know this? No, probably not, EOLS, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1 for 13 months. That's how long you've been subscribed. A year and a month that you have been partner at the very least. I wish I was partner. I'm still stuck at affiliate, but that is my own making and doing. But this will be the year. This will be the month maybe that we make it to partnership, even though the viewership's not looking so hot after not streaming for 3 weeks, which I didn't because my father passed away unexpectedly, which was very difficult. And so I have not felt like streaming. I'm going to miss seeing him in my shack because he would watch my streams, but we have to keep going. So this is a day as good as any other to pick it back up. And I think he'd want me to start with PBD because he did enjoy those segments. So let's see. But before we get to that, before we get to the dessert, we have to cover the boring shit. And the boring shit is kind of boring, kind of not, but also just really aggravating. So this is Rolling Stone a few days ago. Corruption. Trump creates get it? 1776, 1.776, billion-dollar fund to send taxpayer money to allies. This is not a joke. The president's Justice Department announced the move after the president dropped his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. Isn't that so magnanimous of him? The Justice Department confirmed on Monday that it is creating a 1.7, how would you even say this number? $1.7 billion fund to send taxpayer money to victims of lawfare and weaponization. According to a statement from the DOJ to Midas Touch, which is weird that they were making statements to Midas Touch and not at that point, just if Midas Touch is more anti-Trump than any other outlet, really. So why are you not going to make statements to CNN or Reuters and AP, but you'll make it to Midas Touch? The fund would, quote, consist of a commission of 5 members appointed by the Attorney General. 1 member will be chosen in consultation with congressional leadership, and the president can remove any member. Very cool. Hours before the announcement, President Donald Trump withdrew a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS, paving the way for the creation of the fund in an attempt to skirt concerns about the president's attempts to use taxpayer funds to compensate himself. Again, concerns, some people are concerned about this as if this is not just reality. Their concerns are real. We're going to clarify that. Last week, ABC News and CNN reported on internal White House discussions regarding the president's desire to drop the lawsuit in exchange for the massive fund to compensate allies and other individuals he feels have been wronged by past admins, particularly former President Joe Biden. Grandpa Joe. Joe Brandon. You know him, you love him. According to CNN, the settlement would also kill any existing IRS audits on Trump, members of his family, or associated businesses. So just in 100 words, an unprecedented power grab from the executive branch unilaterally that's going to have implications that reverberate for the next, I don't know how many administrations, certainly if a Republican seizes power, or if this one retains it in some way, shape, or form for a 3rd term that he subsequently dies in office or something like that. And you bet that they are going to expand upon this precedent. They're not going to, not really feeling that for my admin. That seems like a relic of the Trump admin. I don't really need that. No, they're going to expand it. And yeah, just naked, flagrant corruption. It should be all anyone talks about for it's probably for the next 2 years, pretty much until the election. But it's already kind of fallen to the back burner because Tulsi Gabbard resigned. We'll get to that too. ABC News and just gas since the beginning of this year increased on average over 49% for most people. it's getting to like, depending on where you're at in the country, like $90 to $100 to fill your tank so you can get to work, so you can live. And he's not concerned about that. In fact, he's concerned about paying off traitors to the United States that managed to do what Confederates couldn't even do, which is get a Confederate flag in the White House on January 6th, a couple of years ago. So that's where your taxpayer money and dollars are going to. And you don't have a say in that. And the extent to which people did have a say in it, they saw this man on the ticket and they voted yes. Or at the very least, they didn't, they weren't willing to vote against him. ABC News reported that the fund could potentially respond to claims made by individuals who believe they were a victim of overreach or weaponization by the Biden admin. Like, shit, by this standard, maybe I would fucking qualify. This could include the roughly 1,600 January 6 defendants whom Trump pardoned soon after taking office last year. While sources claim the agreement might include a provision barring Trump from directly pocketing the money, his businesses or other enterprises and associations may not be placed under such restriction. I don't know why we're reporting on this as though it's ambiguity. This is obviously the loophole, quote unquote. It's like that they're going to exploit. It's not even a bug though, it's a feature. Trump's lawsuit against the IRS was originally filed in January. The lawsuit sought $10 billion in damages over the 2019 leak of Trump's tax filings to the New York Times. In recent weeks, the lawsuit gained renewed scrutiny after admin officials confirmed that the settlement, should it be granted to Trump, would come entirely from taxpayer funds. Let's read that sentence one more time. In recent weeks, the lawsuit gained renewed scrutiny after admin officials confirmed that the settlement, should it be granted to Trump, would come entirely from taxpayer funds. Apparently, this is what happens when you sue the IRS. I didn't know about this infinite money glitch, and I don't know that any past presidents did, or if they did, they didn't bother exercising it. The suit essentially amounted to Trump suing his own government, where his former personal attorney is currently serving as acting head of the DOJ in order to ask for a direct deposit from taxpayers. Trump has repeatedly claimed that any money he would get would go to charity. Okay. This claim is dubious on its face, given the amount of grit and self-enrichment being undertaken by the president and his family. It's so fucking stupid. It's amazing, like, the contempt that he has. Wait, I don't want to do that. I have no fucking clue what this is going to link to. That he has for his followers, for Americans, and his, cult just eats it up. Like, oh yeah, they will defend it by just running this line. Yeah, it's going to charity. As if it's like, okay, so if it's just going to be put into a pool and redispersed in the most effective way, shouldn't he have just left it untouched? Kind of like what, taxpayer money is. It's like a pool of wealth that contributes to the common good in this country. But all of those people are convinced that the government can't do anything to help you because they vote for a party that intentionally runs the government poorly, points to their malfeasance and says, see, the government can't do anything. And then people are like, oh, guess the government can't help me. Then they fucking hate the government, even though it's not like this in other developed countries. Given recent reporting, it's becoming clear that the charity, quote unquote, Trump envisions is not necessarily helping the poor, hungry, or orphaned, color me shocked, but helping his cronies and allies bleed taxpayers just a little more. Stunning stuff, people. What's also stunning is that Mosby just gifted Dan Abulaith a tier 1 sub. I really, really appreciate that. Welcome back, Aaron. I'm sorry for your loss. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for subscribing. And Mosby, you yourself also subscribed at tier 1, which I also appreciate. But this is the extent to which I'm able to talk about this without losing my mind. Let's see. And Tulsi Gabbard, what the hell is she up to? Oh, wait. I saw this also before. We move on. Bibi's hair was on fire. This is inside the call between Trump, Netanyahu, and on Iran ceasefire talks. So this is reported by Axios 2 days ago. New Iran peace proposal triggers tense Trump-Netanyahu call. Wait, oh my God. I literally looked at this 30 minutes ago and it wasn't paywalled. Fucking Axios, man. So happy you're back. Last stream was in the ER. Stream kept me in good spirits. Oh, shoot. I'm glad to hear that, but I'm sorry you were in the ER. Especially if you're in the United States, that I'm really sorry to hear if you were in the ER. Okay. New Iran peace proposal triggers tense Trump-Netanyahu call. We're basically studying for the PBD episode because they cover this for some reason. President Trump and the play-by-play that they're going to do is going to be fucking delicious. I'm fingers crossed for some role play. President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu discussed a new effort to reach a deal with Iran in a difficult call on Tuesday, 3 sources said, with one source saying Netanyahu's hair was on fire after the call. Why it matters, a revised peace memo was drafted by Qatar and Pakistan with input from other regional mediators to try to bridge the gaps between the U.S. and Iran, the sources said. It comes from Trump, with Trump vacillating over ordering a massive strike on Iran and holding out for a deal. Netanyahu is highly skeptical about the negotiations and wants to resume the war No way. To further degrade Iran's military capabilities and weaken the regime by destroying its critical infrastructure. And we're also going to get that nuclear, they're 10 minutes away from a bomb, right? We also have to get the nuclear centers. Trump continues to say he thinks a deal can be reached, but that he's ready to resume the war if it isn't. The only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens, he said on Wednesday at the Coast Guard Academy. Guy who is giving these mediation talks the amount of scrutiny that he gives a McDonald's menu made that statement publicly, also in charge of the free world. Trump also said Netanyahu, quote, will do whatever I want him to do on Iran. But you can't end the genocide with one phone call, you guys. It doesn't work that way. I love it, man. Sometimes he just like says, you know, when he says the quiet part out loud, it's kind of refreshing. Though he also said they had a good relationship. The two leaders have had temporary disagreements on Iran, but before have remained closely coordinated throughout the war, aka Netanyahu or Trump may be sleeping on the couch, but they're not headed for divorce. Iran has confirmed it's reviewing an updated proposal, but has not yet shown any signs of flexibility. Why would they? Zoom in. Pakistan, Qatar, and other mediators, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Egypt have been working over the last several days to refine the proposal to bridge the gaps, the three sources say. According to two Arab officials and an Israeli source, Qatar, it will never not be funny to me when they say things like that to Arab officials. Qatar recently presented the U.S. and Iran with a new draft. A fourth source said there is no separate Qatari draft, but that Qatar is just trying to bridge the gaps from the previous Pakistani proposal. One Arab official said the Qataris sent a delegation to Tehran earlier this week for talks with the Iranians about the latest draft. Iran's foreign ministry said Wednesday that negotiations were ongoing based on Iran's 14-point proposal. That was fucking awesome. Go watch my past streams if you want to know what that consists of. And said that, which the United States said is a basis for negotiation, and the shit that's in there is insane. Given that that's the case, like the fact that they were able to get to the negotiating table with that being the starting point is like crazy for them to have ended up in that position following us starting a war of choice with them, by which we opened with a triple tap strike on a girls' school. And that Pakistan's interior minister was in Tehran to help the mediation. That's the second visit by the interior minister in less than a week. The goal of this new effort is to get more tangible commitments from the Iranians over steps regarding their nuclear program, and more specifics from the U.S. as to how frozen Iranian funds will gradually be released, an Arab official said. Am I the only one who knows they're probably not getting these funds? All three sources stress it's unclear whether the Iranians will agree to the new draft or to shift their position significantly. As stated previously, Qatar has been and continues to support the Pakistan-led mediation efforts. We have been consistently advocating for de-escalation for the sake of the region and its people, a Qatari diplomat said. I mean, this is like a small Gulf nation that just wants us to fucking end. No shit. Behind the scenes, on Tuesday evening, Trump held a lengthy and quote-unquote difficult call with Netanyahu. Trump told Netanyahu that the mediators were working on a, quote, letter of intent that both the U.S. and Iran would sign to formally end the war and launch a 30-day period of negotiations on issues like Iran's nuclear program and opening the Strait of Hormuz. But I thought it was already open. A U.S. source briefed on the call said. Two Israeli sources said the two leaders were in disagreement about the way forward, while the U.S. source briefed on the call said Bibi's hair was on fire after the call. Even though... Okay, I'll wait. We'll keep reading. The source said Israel's ambassador to Washington had informed U.S. lawmakers that Netanyahu was concerned about the call. An embassy spokesperson denied that characterization and said the ambassador does not comment on private conversations. Very convenient. Two sources noted that, and like, what do you want to bet that if it had gone well, they would be commenting on it? Two sources noted that Netanyahu has been highly worried at previous stages of the negotiations, even as deals failed to materialize. Bibi is always concerned, said one more source said. This is like the equivalent of like Princess Morbucks from fucking, what is it? Powerpuff Girls, like being concerned that she's not going to get like her 20th pony for her birthday. What they're saying, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said that in order for talks to succeed, the U.S. would have had to end its piracy against Iranian ships and agree to release frozen funds, while Israel would have had to end its war in Lebanon. The White House and Israeli Prime Minister's office both declined to comment for this story. Shocking stuff. You can archive it. Somebody showed me how to archive stuff and I still did not click with me because I know I didn't commit it to memory because I don't know how to do that, but it's already been archived by somebody else, luckily. And who is this? I just got a donation. Renounce, AALILOU. Thank you so much for the $20. A little support. That is a lot of support to me. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay. So we did that so we could watch this segment from none other than the greatest podcast in the world, obviously, PBD. It's been too long, you guys. This is Trump Trump's heated call plus AOC's data center deep dive. I have no idea what the fuck that refers to, but anytime these people do a segment on AOC, Mamdani, it is one for the fucking books. So let's see. There we go.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm so I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
Handshake is better than anything I ever signed. It's right here.
You are one of one.
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before.
All right, you know what I love? I love when we get unique gifts of somebody that pays attention to the podcast. So here's a gift I got from a fellow named Ben. Ben, you hung
Ben
out
Garza,
with Adam. You know Adam's famous. He wants to give everybody a shout out. So Adam, I'm going to do this. I'm going to give him a little bit of love.
Thank you, sir.
But I just tell you, I love this thing you sent. And you said,
Valuetainment should hire you for how much promo you give them. LOL. I'm waiting for the call any day now.
Brooklyn can climb the palm trees at our club anytime she wants. And you send this little 3D thing, which that's an inside joke. Shout out to Coral Ridge Yacht Club that they don't allow little kids to mess with palm trees. But appreciate that little gift. Guys, a lot.
2026 is a crazy world where this is a crazy year that sentence is supposed to mean anything. A yacht club, little kids, palm tree, what?
Time she wants. And you send this little 3D thing, which that's an inside joke. Shout out to Coral Ridge Yacht Club.
Oh, wait, he literally said it's an inside joke. Okay, I was like, was that supposed to mean anything to anyone except him?
They don't allow little kids to mess with palm trees. But appreciate that little gift. Guys, a lot of stuff is going on. I don't know if you know this or not, or Vinny, but yesterday was a busy day. There was this guy who was not happy about what happened yesterday, the last couple of days.
Okay.
You know how who do you like to go to a baseball game with? Be honest.
Who
do you like to go to a baseball game with?
People like you that like the team that I'm rooting
Like-
for. People that love the game.
What game?
What a weird question. Who do you like to go to, like, with friends, with family? Like, what is, like, Vinny's clearly trying to search for the right answer, so he just says you. I would go with you, obviously, sir. But what answer is he looking for?
Go to recently the World Series. Like we went to.
The world national.
Who played who? Dominican Republic against
Venezuela.
Juan Soto hit a home run. You know, Guerrero hit a home run. It was
Amazing.
just sick, right?
Yes,
Don't
yes.
you love going to games with people you love?
Of course.
You know why the last couple of days was bad?
Why?
Barack Obama can no longer go to baseball games with Raul Castro.
What?
Oh, no.
Wait, his buddy?
He's never, because they would go to games together like communism. And now Raul Castro from Cuba got indicted.
Oh, this is like an Obama dunk or something like that. I guess Obama was seen with like a relative of like Fidel Castro. Like,
Dude.
I don't think that's cool because, listen, there is something special about you going, you know how you sit there like, hey, pass the hot dog.
Yeah.
You know, hey, tell me how much you love about taxing everybody, right? And making sure everybody's poor. Isn't it great?
It's a
he
best.
loves that. Obama can't do that anymore,
Poor guy.
unfortunately, on
Poor
behalf
Obama.
of the DOJ and FBI who's going after
Like a
Raul Castro.
baseball
Adam is still here. What the fuck?
game, a pack of Salems,
Yeah.
talking about imprisoning conservatives, you know?
Yeah.
Now what's he going to do now?
That's behind him. So now then, yesterday,
That's what he was talking about? Cool. Based Obama.
recording leaks from Zuck that is telling the engineers, hey, we want you to keep coding so the AI can learn how good you're coding so we no longer need you. But in return, to be fair, which Tom said it, in return, those people
Are these guys pro AI or not? They should hear that and be seal clapping.
who shared their skills with a skill set got something that they obviously agreed to because long term they can make a lot of money. I'll let Tom reveal that to
Got
us
it.
in a few minutes when we get into it. Yesterday, SpaceX, IPO. There's a South African guy that apparently is, once this thing is done, will be the first official trillionaire in the world, causing Bernie Sanders to change the script. It's no longer millionaires and billionaires. He has to now say billionaires and trillionaires. So by the way, that's coming to a
Singular.
We've just introduced the concept of like a trillionaire to this audience, a person that commands so much capital. They're literally like the top, like we're entering new eras of concentrated wealth and plutocracy. And the first thing that PBD's mind goes to is to get a dig in at the guy who's talking about wealth inequality. One of the 5 people in this country who holds office and has political power that does that. Now Bernie Sanders is going to have to include that trillionaire. Am I right, guys?
hearing near you on what's going to be happening. But we predicted this 4.5 years ago that Elon's going to be the first trillionaire in the next 2 to 5 years. And we are here now, folks. We have a trillionaire in the world. I think a lot of other people are behind the corner. Guy named Bezos did an interview. We talked about it a couple days ago, even yesterday with Steve Hilton. I think Bezos has gotten so good with the camera. He absolutely crushed this interview with common sense We can literally watch every single clip, whether how he broke down firing the people at Washington Post. It's a clinic on how a CEO should handle criticism and firing people. The way he went one by one by one by one by one, fantastic. We'll cover that as well. It's funny. One trillionaire and the other guy soon to be one, maybe soon to be one. He's got some work to do, but he's also doing his thing. You know, he's probably benching 3 plates.
Like, how cucked do you have to be to learn of a human being, a single individual person, having $1 trillion and be like this happy to celebrate it as like some sort of milestone?
At least 8 times. What do you think? You think Bezos can bench 3 plates 8 times?
I think that TRT is doing it.
It's doing really good. Maybe it's a little bit more than TRT. Maybe there's a little bit of GH.
Bezos is like a skinny little soy boy, and they're asking if he can bench. What?
Maybe there's a little bit of Primo Ballin. I think he's doing some stuff there. He's looking good. There was this phone call. And I don't know if I should even show this.
Like the aesthetic of like the wealthiest people in this country, it's like one of those that's like what is it? Like, I can't think of what it's like. Being rich screams like wealth whispers. They're like in shorts and like cotton t-shirts, and they like go on walks. They're like almost inconspicuous. Bezos has all the money in the world, and he doesn't go to Turkey and get like the best hair transplant that money can buy. So like they're over here being like, oh my God, he's looking good. He's like working at it, but like he's never gonna be some like looks max or whatever.
There was a podcast done between Bibi and Trump. Okay, so that's I don't want to show that.
You have to, because nobody knows that they did it.
I'm not showing that. But what I will show.
Wait, what? There's a Trump Bibi podcast? Like where?
I'm not going to show that. But what I will, and I don't want people to, because it's going to be a lot of stories that's going to be circulating. I'm going to. There was a phone call between Bibi and Trump that things got testy. That Bibi said, now listen, anytime somebody says something like this, I am 50-50, where it's like, look, if you don't attack first, they're going to attack first. Give me a flipping break. But that's what Bibi said.
Flipping
Bibi
break.
said, hey, Trump, if you don't attack first, Iran is going to attack first because our intel's telling us that. So you have 2 camps when somebody says something like that. One side is what? Okay.
You have 2 camps when Bibi makes an ass pull like that. Do you follow through with it? You know, get duped like every other previous American president was able to avoid? Or do you, again, follow him into this chaos? We know what Trump is choosing.
Maybe they have intel, let's attack. What's the other camp? It's like, hey, Vinny, you know what she said about you?
What?
What she said, I don't want to say what she said about you. Let me tell you what she said about you.
Was it good or bad?
Horrible.
What?
If she would have said that to my face, I would have slapped her. That's the kind of a phone call.
Got it.
So now you have to either believe that she did say that, or you have to slap her. Okay?
Like Sean Connery said, sometimes you
that's right. Sometimes you got to do it, right? So now, next, the Iran
Why did we just make a joke about like slapping a hypothetical woman? A woman, what?
war powers vote.
Like, I'm so lost. Wait, what? One more time, what? We just came up with a scenario to beat a woman.
Said about
what?
Yeah. So you have 2 camps when somebody says something like that. One side is what? Okay, maybe they have intel, let's attack. What's the other camp? It's like, hey, Vinny, you know what she said about you?
What?
What she said, I don't want to say what she said about you.
Okay.
Let me tell you what she said about you.
Was it good or bad?
Horrible.
What?
If she would have said that to my face, I would have slapped her. That's the kind of a phone call.
Got it.
So now you have to either
Peak masculinity here. Woman says something that's disreputable or displeasing for you to hear, just slap her in the fucking face.
believe
You have no choice.
that she did say that, or you have to slap her. Okay?
Like Sean Connery said, sometimes you
That's right. Sometimes you got to do it, right? So now, next, the Iran war.
Does he mean Sean Penn? Or is there some like Bond thing where Sean Connery like slapped a woman that I'm unaware of? Is this like a gap in my cultural memory? Because my understanding is that Sean Penn has like allegedly beat women, but not Sean Connery.
Powers vote, okay, where they came out and said, listen, whether you like it or not, we're taking the nuclear uranium enrichment. We're taking
Old Bond movies said slapping women and shit. Oh, okay. I've only ever seen like the ones with like Daniel Craig. And actually, I think I have seen a few of the Sean Connery. No, wait, not Sean Connery. I don't know. The ones where like the Bond girls are like more notable to me than the person like playing him.
taking that away from you. Whether you like it or not, we're going to take it away from you. And Iran comes back and says, Trump's threat is you better do something or else. He says Trump's not going to.
Pierce Brosnan. I've seen the Pierce Brosnan ones. He meant Sean Connery. He said in an interview that sometimes you got to slap a woman. Okay. He actually said sometimes you need to. Okay. I believe you guys.
Do anything. That's what Iran is saying. I mean, that's like talking shit right there, right? You're not going to do nothing is the kind of.
I guess Sean's coming like, bad boys come in pairs of two because like Sean Penn has basically made similar statements.
Situation. They're out there. We'll see what happened. SoftBank surges 30%. OpenAI. Tom's got some insight on how Japan is now taking control of some of the bigger companies of what they're investing in. We'll talk about that. Ilhan Omar and Amy Bock, B-O-C-K, Amy Bock, great name. She is facing, how many months did you say? 512 months or something?
500.
Now, why do they say it like that? Why can't you? Because so you can't say 42 years, like you want to scare him? I'm going to put you in prison for 3,790 days. Just say 10 years.
Yeah. No.
Why don't you just say 42 years? 500 months, Vinny, is what they got. And Ilhan Omar had nothing to say about it. Tim Walz was hiding. And Nick Shirley, a little 22-year-old innocent guy that's just going out there asking questions, is causing people to resign, quit, and get fired and go to prison. Weird. Can you imagine that? But what he does is...
I love how they think that's indicative of Nick Shirley being like some intellectual titan or some guy who like is bringing down the deep state, and not the fact that like we're living in a kleptocracy that is currently undergoing rapid democratic backsliding. It's indicative of like massive incompetence.
It's not effective.
No,
what he does is not effective.
He's not
a reporter. That boy is not a reporter.
He's not a snitch.
But I'm not a snitch.
Yeah. Right, so, okay. And then we got, I don't know if we want to go into the Thomas Massey story. It is what it is. Maybe we will. And then we got Hunter Biden.
It is what it is. Yeah, that this is like one of the most expensive races that like AIPAC has ever put money into to get rid of a candidate they didn't like. Yeah, it is what it is.
The podcast with Candace, there's a clip that he finally admits that the laptop is real, but the cocaine's not. He would never touch cocaine. I'm a crack guy. I'm not, he's not a cocaine guy, right? He says, I don't touch cocaine. I touch crack. We may get into it. And then Kyle Busch, out of
we're getting into that.
Nowhere, we hear the news. One of the most exciting drivers at 41 years old. Are you kidding me? Goes into the hospital. Nobody knows. There's a bunch of different speculations. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary, but just that's it. And Rob has a clip that we have to play on him saying you never know which one's going to be your last race, and we literally never know what's our last day of doing anything. That's why we got to be grateful and do the best with what we have. And then we have to talk about Reza Pahlavi from Iran. Made a comment. Little bit of a shot at the president. Little bit of a shot. It seems like he's getting frustrated because this regime change and regime collapse is not happening, and he's now getting upset at Trump. And I don't know if that's a good strategy. But that's the strategy he's taking. He's almost making it very clear that Trump's not going to do anything with him. But what I do not like on what they said, bunch of pansies, FIFA, that they don't allow Iran's flag from back in the days under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, the father, the OG, the guy.
For the uninitiated and any new viewers that are not aware, PBD is a huge fan of the Shah and anybody part of his family.
They're not allowing people from Iran to bring that flag to the match at World Cup. I don't like that move. I don't like that move at all. If I want to bring that flag, allow me to bring that flag. But they're not allowing that to happen, which I get. You're trying to not make it political. You don't want to create controversy and chaos. Fully get it. They're making responsible decisions.
The flag is banned?
The previous flag of Iran that the Shah had. They're
Shah weeaboo moment.
Not allowing to bring.
So how are they going to enforce that?
They just won't let
They're going to take it away from you. If you put it up here, give it to me, I'm going to take it away from you.
They're going to bring it back.
Well,
noted, LOL. It's going to be on the test, you guys.
Listen.
That's the move, by the way.
I'm part of the community of let the boy watch. I'm part of the plums, right? Bring the flag, right? Bring the flags. But
please bring those flags.
We'll talk about that. And then we never got into the Jake Paul, Dana White, Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, Netflix. The numbers record breaking. We have to address that. Elon's going to talk about that. I got some thoughts on that.
Wow, we never got into this stupid Netflix special where everybody who participated just did it for a check.
As well, AOC decides to go to data centers, and she is indirectly converting some conservatives into her fans. And I keep talking about it. Hey, don't rule her out as somebody running for president in 2028. And then we, of course, have to talk about the San Diego shooter and the manifesto that they wrote. What a weird set of stories there.
Yeah.
Devastating. You go to a mosque and you shoot innocent people, and then you read the manifesto and it says what they're all about. What a weird set of events that took place there on the things that they're doing. So we'll address that as well. I know Vinny, Elon, you guys have some insight on that. And then we got a few other stories. Godwin, we'll get into it. It is a Friday, so we'll have some time. But with that being said, we got something special. Let me tell you guys before I turn it over to a guy that you guys all love. According to the survey we did, you guys love him so much, but I don't know if you love him that much yet. And I'll tell you.
Okay, we're skipping forward to... All right.
Trump and Bibi phone call
right?
Gets testy. What does that mean? What does that mean it gets testy? Rob, I think you got a couple clips on that one there, but I'm going to go to page 8 first. So, and this is not a phone call from the Daily Mail. This is not an article from the Inquirer. This is an article from Wall Street Journal. What do you mean Trump and Netanyahu hold a testy call over Iran? President Trump and Bibi held a contentious call Tuesday evening. People familiar with the matter said, with Netanyahu railing against a pact to end the war with Iran and Trump defending the diplomatic process. Israel has long expressed skepticism that Iran would abide by any agreement to dismantle its nuclear work and refrain from attacks on regional nations. Netanyahu reiterated those points with Trump in a Tuesday call, and an earlier one on Sunday that people said. Trump was unconvinced, telling Netanyahu he would continue to pursue an accord that prevents Iran from ever acquiring a nuclear weapon. Trump added that Iran faced fresh strikes if it did not show more flexibility in the talks. Rob, is this the recording?
No, this is actually President Trump being asked about the call.
Okay, go for it. Go ahead.
What did you say that the Prime Minister Netanyahu about Iran and how long for it to hold off?
He's fine. He'll do whatever I want him to do.
Hell yeah.
Very good man.
Again, I've fantasized about this before on stream. Could you imagine the moment that occurred between Trump, Vance, Rubio, and Zelensky, but instead with Bibi? You're playing with World War III. You don't have the cards. Like, this is the closest we're ever gonna get to that. So savor it.
He'll do whatever I want him to do, and he's a great guy. To me, he's a great guy. Don't forget, he was a wartime prime minister, and he's not treated right in Israel, in my opinion. I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister.
You literally look at this fucking side profile, man. This he looks like a wax figurine and like a hot dog.
Maybe
at the same time.
I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I called this morning. I'm 99%.
I didn't see this.
So that's good. But no, he's a wartime prime minister. I just don't think they treat him well.
Okay, so I'll continue here. Speaking to reporters when Wednesday said Netanyahu asked later when he was close to making a decision on Iran, he replied, "It's right on the borderline. We have to get the right answers. It would have been a complete 100% good answers. There have been a flurry of high-level diplomatic activity this week between mediators, including Pakistan." So anyways, you see something like that, Elon, what do you think about?
Number one, I do think if I'm just going to look at this objectively from Netanyahu's standpoint, I do think that he sees this as one of the last-ditch attempts to be able to have the United States back them in a heavy act in Iran, because after Trump, it's game over for that kind of involvement. I do think that Trump.
No, the fuck, it's not. I wish that were the fucking case, but no. Just because previous admins and other Dem admins wouldn't have done this, that does not mean that they won't be willing to basically continue a policy that was ushered in by the Trump admin. So that's fucking stupid. There's bipartisan consensus among politicians on this issue in this country.
Does have a lot of influence over Netanyahu, regardless of what people say. He's demonstrated his ability to taper him back when necessary. Trump's in a pretty hard place with this. When this all started, I really, really believed, even selfishly, biasedly, that regime change could happen. That was like my dream for this. That's off the table for me in my mind now. And I think Trump sees the reality of the situation. Sometimes you go into a situation wanting one thing, you come out realizing a victory is something completely different. I think Trump does see that a victory in this situation.
A victory in this situation is going to be reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which was not closed when we began this war of choice, right?
It's something like a long-term limitation on Iran's ability to be nuclear.
So like an agreement, like a joint comprehensive plan of action, like the JCPOA? You mean that? You mean that thing that he ripped up? Yeah.
Stabilization. If you look at the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Middle East has a totally different.
The 20 years, because he said he's open.
It's stunning, these people's willingness and eagerness to participate in conversations about this topic while refusing to ever learn more about it than just the same platitudes that they repeat and recycle over and over and over and over. It's actually crazy.
To the 20 years. I don't know if you saw that or not. He's open to a 20-year where they're not dealing with anything with nuclear for 20 years.
The question is, will Iran actually abide by anything like that? And the truth is that most likely they won't, but at least it'll be.
Based on what? Literally the opposite is true. They were abiding by the JCPOA until we pulled out. That agreement still continued because there were other signatories to it, but the IAEA at one point was refused to be allowed in to inspect it, because why should they uphold their part of the agreement if we're the major signatory to it and we have withdrawn from it?
Be some degree, if you can put the measures in place to be able to monitor, it'll be a much safer Middle East than it is now. I think Trump is playing a very, very, very tightrope balancing act between appearing strong enough to not appear weak, but also not drive us into a full-scale conflict, also while appealing to people who are pro-.
This is the Trump analyzes large data sets on a daily basis take that he is secretly a genius, and at all times, when he acts like a dumbass, it's part of this 5D chess move that he's doing to get the United States in a really awesome negotiating position while he, is just going full speed ahead, pedal to the metal, straight into a brick wall.
Israel, but
Trust
also
the plan.
appealing to.
You're going to get tired of winning.
And then when you say, Elon, because we thought regime change. Remember the New York Times article where they said that they were in the room and Bibi and Mossad was on, Zoom or whatever.
Look at these assets that they've added recently. Look, they have the little subjects as they're going through it now. That's adorable.
And that when
it's
they
like an actual news channel almost.
They said that this is like, they warned the president. This is what Israel does. They oversell and underdeliver. So I think he was in there, and he was told it'll be quick, it'll be Venezuela, and he believes the people around him, the people that want the best for him. But I think in this situation, Trump, and it's frustrating, Pat, because I think Trump is trying to prevent this thing to keep going and
breaking points overly. This kind of is it. That is exactly what I was thinking.
Going, but Bibi wants more escalation. If you think about it too, negotiators are getting killed, and Trump's trying to figure out a path for a deal. But here's my thing: what else does Bibi want? I know we were talking about getting rid of the plutonium or whatever, the uranium, whatever
plutonium
is going on. But like, what else does Bibi want? What else? Bro, their navy's at the bottom of the.
I mean, Bibi says it. He wants the elimination of Palestinians. He wants them to go to other countries. He doesn't want the creation of a Palestinian state. He wants Hezbollah, all these proxies, as he calls them, to be eliminated. The rockets need to stop. We need to stop being accused of genocide. And he wants this war. He wants forever wars. It's pretty clear what Bibi wants. He says as much. His actions are commensurate with the things that he says in that respect.
Their nuclear capabilities decimated. The infrastructure is hammered. We keep killing all the leadership. And the only thing that bothers me, Pat, is the relationship that we have with Israel. They're saying, come on, do it. If they do go strike, what do we...
Yeah, this is literally the, the Norm moment? Where it's like the thing that really bothers, and the like Norm Patton Oswald moment, it's like the thing that really bothers me is the hypocrisy. And it's like, shouldn't it be the sexual assault that bothered you? With the Catholic Church scandal, like you're over here talking about the thing that bothers me is the hypocrisy and how this impacts the United States, and not like the genocide, the displacement of all these Lebanese people.
What do? We have to back them. That's what we've.
Ms. Tickle, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 1 for 3 months. I really, really appreciate it.
It's history repeats itself. We keep going. If they do something, we back them. So I love the fact that he's obviously arguing and pushing back and saying like, bro, like relax. Can we have a freaking peace deal? Because what's the objective? And I love.
Bro, relax, bro. Netanyahu, bro. Can we get a flippin' peace deal already, bro? What's the holdup, bro?
That you said that there is going to be no regime change. They're killing us on the freaking Strait of Hormuz. It's like, bro, we want this thing to wrap up and hurry up and finish.
So I disagree a little bit with Vinny on one thing. The advisors that are around Trump, I don't think they want what's best for him. I don't think they want it all. I think the war hawks want war.
You mean the advisors that he hand selected and put into his cabinet and willingly associates with because they are loyalists first and foremost? Those people? Okay.
And they want what they want for the military-industrial complex. I think foreign lobbyists in Israel wants what Israel wanted. And I think a lot of people were in that room and it got pushed, and I don't think he got good advice. I don't think he got good advice at all, because all you do is look at it. Okay, the plan for the war.
Right, Trump's a little baby. Even though he's balancing everything, he cannot hold up. Okay, like he just succumbed to this massive pressure campaign that he really didn't want to, you guys, even though, again, he willingly sought out all of these people, all of these advisors, all of these meetings, invited Bibi, pulled his little chair out, okay, so he could be across from him in the Situation Room, take this country into a war of choice that is ridiculously unpopular, but he's being manipulated by the deep state. It's very unfair.
What happened, step 1, step 2, step 3, what actually happened. So either the advisors were wrong or we got beat. I don't think we got beat. I think the advisors were wrong.
To be fair, he's completely correct. They don't want what's best for him. They're just sycophants. I mean, yes and no. It's a little bit like, in the same breath that that's satisfying, it's also insufficient to explain the dynamic that's occurring between Trump's cabinet and the like symbiotic kind of unsavory relationship that exists, because it's in some part banality of evil shit where these people act the way that they do because of careerism and to get ahead. It's some parts ideology. It is also like, you know, this sort of weird, vulgar, like bastardization of like what they understand to be acting in the interest of the country, acting in their own personal interest, thinking that those things overlap, as well as trying to be servile to Trump while also trying to manipulate him as best as they can.
Second, you know, the one thing that I look at is if all the things we talk about are true, we've decimated this, their navy's at the bottom of the sea, down to this, well, then why isn't there a deal? If we've really got them all the way by the throat, down on the floor, why didn't they tap out? Why didn't they take a deal? And now we've entered the world of a world I don't like. Well, at least put that in quotes and look at how many times that's going to be said over the next 3 weeks. Well, at least they don't have it for 20 years. Well, at least they give up, you know, maybe the rocket boosters. Well, at least China's no longer giving them rocket fuel. You just wait. That's what we're going to get, because that is a sign of backing off on where this is going to be. And the thing that bugs me is how this shifted. First, we said, hey, I see you there. Don't hang those 3 boys. Don't do it. That's a red line for me. And help is on the way. Then it
What is Grandpa yapping about?
was, well, they have nuclear ambitions, and within a couple weeks they could have a nuclear weapon.
This is like another level of like, Tom, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
And we don't want that. And it shifted. So there was a speech about the people, then we shifted there. And now I sit back, who's talking about the people?
No.
Who? No
Nobody's
one.
talking about
the IRGC is going to commit political genocide. They are going to go for their enemies. They're going to
That's the genocide we need to be concerned about. The political genocide of the IRGC, not the actual ongoing genocide that's being perpetrated by Israel in coordination with the United States against Palestinians, the IRGC. I'm just waiting for him to say that 50 billion Iranians were killed by the IRGC.
prison them. People are going to die. And tell me that these people waited 47 years for this?
Yeah.
That disappoints me terribly.
And Pat, may I? And I'm not saying, Tom, the
If there's one thing I can't stand to see, it's when Tom is disappointed.
advisors that I was talking about was Pete Hegseth was in there, General Kane, Rubio, and John Ratcliffe, head of CIA, were trying to tell him, like, hey, listen, weigh your options, but we still did it. I'm not saying those are the advisors that I was talking about.
Did all of those say this?
And the New York Times article said that they did.
All of those ones you just listed.
Yes, I could.
Oh my God, dude, I've been gone for almost a month and there's still, you would think that literally I didn't miss a single fucking day. The discourse on this podcast has and never will ever advance past this point. It's been a month since that article dropped from the New York Times. It's called like how Donald Trump took the United States to war with Iran. The first thing that it opens with is discussing how Bibi was basically even-handedly making decisions in the Situation Room with the President of the United States, even though he's a foreign actor and not a single vote has been cast in his name, and it's an unprecedented amount of power to lend to somebody who's not even like a foreign dignitary or diplomat, just another head of state. And this is the one article that Vinny has ever read in his life. It has made a profound impact on him for this reason, because he has never really ever like tried to commit anything to memory, but he did say that he read this New York Times article twice. It's not a coincidence that right after he did that, he BTFO'd Adam in a debate because he actually knew things. Isn't that crazy how when you consume information, suddenly your punditry sharpens up? It's like notably sharpens up because it's grounded in reality, which is rare for this podcast. They're still on this though. And Tom is like, really? Like what? But like, all the ones that all those people that like push back on him, like, my dude, this has been like, it was reported by the paper of record in the United States a month ago. Yes.
Rubio and Hegseth both said,
like, they do this for a living, you guys.
Be careful about this. Maybe we don't want to do this.
Yes, and General Kane said something as well. I'll find out the direct quotes.
So here's what I've
Vinny's on the
read
case.
and heard about this. In a situation like this, guys, let's face it, it's not everybody saying let's go to war and everybody saying don't go to war.
Yeah.
We're sitting here talking about issues and we don't agree on all issues. So, hey, what do you think we should do? And then you make the decision. He made the decision. The president made the decision based on the information that he had. So the onus is on the...
Oh, I hate to agree with PBD. PBD is correct. Trump did ultimately make the decision. Nobody forced him to. He still is the president of the United States.
Leader that made the decision, and he has no problem with it. He'll live with the decision. And don't forget what word he used.
And he's also, not in the way that he intends it. He's kind of just saying that, like, he knows what he's fucking doing. Once he commits, he commits. But it is, like, very off-putting to hear him be like, yeah, Trump sleeps. He'll live with the decision. He's totally fine with it. Yeah, because it doesn't fucking affect him.
As everything was taking place, what is the most important word
It's,
he
like,
used
very cryptic.
in a war or any of the other issues? It's a word that starts with the letter F. He says, we're going to stay fluid.
Oh.
Very, very simple. Everything's going to be fluid.
I did not know where he was going with that.
Maybe we'll do it this way on this one. Maybe we'll do it this way on this one. And by the way, sometimes you attack and then things are not what you expect it to be. And then you have to adjust and pivot. That's what leaders have to do in life. It's not like every time it's going to be the same thing.
Wow, what insightful, sharp commentary from PBD here. Did you know sometimes things change and you have to course correct? That's what Trump's doing. Wow, awesome stuff.
Hey, here's how I'm going to handle this situation. So I don't know. But what I do know is if you notice the way he talked, he's so good at doing this. Where he say, yeah, he's going to do whatever I tell him to do. Whatever I tell him to do, he's going to do. But at the same time, guess what? He's a great guy. Remember, he's a wartime leader. He's going to do whatever I tell him. Matter of fact, if I'm done with this, if I go to Israel and I run, I would become the prime minister. Look at the way he makes sure the world knows I'm the
in charge.
Head, in charge. I'm the guy that's running this. I'm the guy that's running the show here. Go ahead, Adam.
Bingo. I have not been
Oh
following.
my God, look at Adam's fit. This is so embarrassing. Holy fuck. What is this like? Is he like trying to do like a Top Gun Maverick type look? But it looks like it probably is real leather, but the way it's coming through is like cheap costume.
All
Party
the
City
nuance
shit.
of the day-to-day. The Hormuz. You'll drive.
Dude, this like I'm sorry, Adam is like 50. This just screams midlife crisis to put this fucking embarrassing leather jacket on and go into the studio wearing it.
Yourself crazy with that.
But
grown man, literally a grown man playing dress up. He's like wearing his special little boy costume.
The last thing you said is exactly where I would have started. The first thing he said, he goes, he'll do whatever I want. Straight up. I laughed out loud because I saw the humor in it. I saw the realness in it. I saw the chiding, oh no, you think Bibi owns me? Are you kidding me?
Just, can we get to the role play, please? Like teasing me here.
Kind of flex. And yeah, I'll do whatever I want. Now, granted, Israel and U.S. are on the same team. They're allies, correct? Is that a controversial statement these days? They're allies.
Oh my God, dude, because people on Twitter complain about this shit because they're mad about the ongoing genocide. Is it controversial to say that we're still allies with this country? No, it's not, dumb fuck.
They have different interests in the region. Don't forget, America wants to get in and out of this asshole country, forgive me, and move on to China. China pivot, hello, we know that. You just literally went to China. But Israel has to stay in that region. UAE has to stay in that region. Saudi has to stay in the region. All these neighbors, Kuwait.
Yeah, did you know that countries are geographically landlocked into the places that they're in?
They're the ones
Why
telling,
are we saying this?
asking Trump, don't start doing...
you guys, have you ever considered that Israel's not going to grow any legs and like move? What? Why would he make this point? It's so stupid.
Epic fury, keep the economic fury. But here's where I want to go, big picture, and I'll go super quick. Bibi gave an interview about a week ago. I don't know if we addressed that on the podcast. An hour and a half real interview. And here's what I took from it. So for all the Israel hate.
It totally is a big boy jacket, dude. Here I was thinking that Adam was on the verge of getting fired. This is the result of a bonus, clearly. And he spent his like hard-earned big boy bucks on this big boy jacket, and he just looks great.
Haters, like, what's the number one thing you hear? We've got to stop funding Israel. We have to stop funding. Bibi goes, yeah, sure, let's do it.
Yeah, 10-year plan.
Deal.
Yeah, because it's like an Israeli psyop, dude. They're I hear Democrats saying this. I hear Democrats actually being like, even Bibi saying that like they shouldn't take money from us or like weapons or whatever. It's like, dude, when Bibi Netanyahu is saying that, that should make you think for a second. That's not a good thing. You should not be thinking, oh, Bibi wants to reevaluate the relationship between the United States and Israel. It's not what they're doing.
Because it's $3.8 billion a year that, and I'm not going to get too nuanced here, about
80% you buy by.
Yeah, if there's one thing I worry about, it's Adam getting a little too nuanced. Yeah, that's the issue that we frequently run into on this podcast, right? Everybody here just gets too in the weeds. They just know too much about the subject that they fucking yap about. Wouldn't want to do that. Let's just keep it topical today. Let's just keep it light, you guys. We got the leather jacket on. There's like no reason why we need to make it that serious. We're just talking about, war of choice.
Weapons from us.
It's weapon buyback, guys. That's all it is.
Sure.
He said, sure, we don't need it anymore. By the way, he also said...
Random question, but I haven't watched much David Frum content in The Atlantic. You're lucky. What sentiment on the reporting? They're lib interventionists. They're like John Kerry, like Bush era type liberal opposition. They're basically like hawkish libs, like think Hillary Clinton type libs. If you like Hillary Clinton, you'll love The Atlantic. If you don't, you're not gonna like them.
Said, whether you like it or not now, since October 7th, brace for impact, Israel is the now most powerful, richest country per capita in the Middle East, and it's not even close. The innovation, the tech, the defense, the entrepreneurism, the startup.
Does he actually think that that's like merit? That's just like a constant and not a result of the fact that we've given them a shit ton of money and like subsidized them?
Culture. It's crazy what they've done there. I mean, juxtapose that whatever's going on with countries that only have oil or don't even have anything, including oil. But the last thing I'll say is this. Trump is in no rush to do a deal. And this is where you and I sort of disagreed. You said June.
Yeah, you can say that again. Yeah, no shit, dude. He doesn't give a fuck. He literally could not give less of a shit about whether or not this ends tomorrow or 19 years from now.
14th, I said probably after July.
What all is Israel inventing besides guns? Ways? Let me think. EDM-themed pizza parlors, okay? And you say they don't have a culture? Come on.
By 3 months, it's not a big disagreement. But I think Trump, at the end of the day, you've used this term before, he's kind of floating at this point. He's kind of like, he knows what he's doing. He's been doing this 10 years.
Crypto? There's got to be Israeli crypto in this world.
He's not going to get caught up in the headlines, and he knows exactly where he stands.
Rob, is this the clip on him talking about Iran cannot have enriched uranium?
Yes.
Go ahead, Rob.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it.
Am I crazy, or does it look like Donald Trump has like green underneath his eyes? Like, are you seeing this? Like his eye bags look green.
Want it? We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it.
Yeah, there you go. So that's kind of what his position is there. And by the way, while this is taking place, Reza
This is a verified YouTuber. I like how Adam disagrees with PBD. Big brain.
Pahlavi, who's been sitting on the sidelines, waiting for a regime change or regime collapse so he can come in and be the transitional leader. And I've never seen him talk like this about the president, but he showed a little bit of emotions here and running out of patience. Go ahead, Rob, if you want to play this clip.
Cannot send mixed signals. On the one hand, said people need to rise, and at the same time say, wait, we are negotiating. It's confusing the hell
This dude just recently got his eyebrows waxed and or threaded. Holy shit.
out of everyone.
No man naturally has that eyebrow shape, I promise you.
Do you want to see U.S. boots on the ground at this point?
I think that the best way
And the reason why I'm talking about his eyebrows and not anything that he's saying is because this doesn't fucking matter.
to articulate this is to say that, and that's something that we have said, that the boots on the ground in Iran are the Iranian people themselves. We don't need to have foreign troops doing the job for us. But in order for people to be emboldened and have a fair fighting chance, unlike what happened in January 8th and 9th when they were massacred to the tune of over 40,000 people in less than 48 hours, how could you expect the people
No one cares about commentary from the fucking son of the Shah, dude.
to be the elements on the ground if they don't get the appropriate protection or cover? We can only call to this action by people being on the streets again when they have that level of...
Like, who is we, dude? Like, not even inside the club, dude. Like, you live in the United States in exile.
Equal fighting chance, not why the regime can deploy their thugs to murder people on the streets. That's why we needed to have the air campaign. That's why we needed to have the aerial protection. And I think that's where you can generate the element on the grounds that will not require...
So here's a
the
question.
use
You can
of
pause it
foreign-
right there. Or you can pause it right there. It's like, hey, you can't say, go back to it again, Rob. Go back to the first part of what he said, exactly the first part on what he said. If you have the clip, you can play the first 10 seconds. Go ahead.
Send mixed signals. On the one hand, said people need to rise, and at the same time say, wait, we are negotiating. It's confusing the hell out of everyone.
Okay, pause it right there. It's confusing the hell out of everyone. Who are you talking to?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking to Trump.
You're talking to Trump. You're talking to Americans, not Iranians. You have no sway, dude.
Okay. What authority do you have?
Literally none. No authority. He has no credibility with the Iranian public, and the American public doesn't know who he is.
What authority do you have? I've sat on the sidelines hoping for you. I've not been critical. I've sat on the sidelines to see
PBD yearns for a dynasty.
What's going to happen. How come no military leaders are, choosing to side with you? Why not? So you say
because you're an unserious, again, like political dissident that just lives in the United States and does like media spots. Nobody actually gives a fuck. He has his word means literally nothing.
Don't need U.S. because the boots on the ground are the Iranian people who are getting slaughtered, and the internet's been out. What did Wall Street Journal say yesterday? The
more than any other country.
Yeah,
longest in a history where the internet's been out. Where's it at?
Longest in history.
Can you go to that story? Longest internet blackout in the history, crippling Iran's economy. Why can't you call Elon and ask for Starlink? Why can't you? Where's your diplomacy? Maybe you're not good at building relationships with people.
Oh my God. He actually thinks this is like personal failure on this guy's part. And like somewhat it is, of course. Like that's just trivially obvious. But like it's never going to change the fact that like his relationship to that country is always going to have a permanent stain because he's affiliated with a monarchy that they detest.
People.
That they overthrew. That was like backed by the CIA.
Maybe you are. I don't know. How
he's at best a failed influencer. Like, who is he? An influencer is supposed to ostensibly influence somebody. He can't even even PBD is skeptical. If you've lost PBD, you're literally reaching no one.
Connected are you? Are the military guys looking at you and saying, that's our leader. We don't need Trump. I will convert. And I'm going to go help Reza Pahlavi. How come that's not happening? How long have you had so far? How long? I don't know. So to me, when you say mixed signals with the president, what he's doing, the audience who is supporting you, what mixed signals are you giving? You keep saying you got military people on your side. Where are they? Where are they? Go ahead. People come into streets are like, well...
Unable to facilitate the behavior of a regime you are exiled from and an admin you have no influence in, personal failure, bud. Sorry, LOL. It is funny to watch this ethos rear its ugly head, or I guess to them, they think it's based, when... trying to understand the failure of their heroes and their fucking fail sons. He must not be grinding hard enough is clearly the conclusion that PBD has reached.
Oh, is there any way you can unite and back him up? I'm like, I've been quiet. I just want him to go do his thing. Listen,
PBD probably literally has more influence than that guy. So, he was talking a couple of weeks ago about how Trump literally called him over Easter weekend because he was in Florida.
Celebrate it and say kudos.
This is like basically state media. He has more influence than the son of the Shah.
You. And we'll put a nice picture and say, hey, he's the guy that got the job done. But where is your military guy showing up for you? Why not? Why are they not showing up for you? I thought you were connected. 47 years you had. Every few years, this is the closest you've ever been. Do it without the president. Do it without the president. You claim you don't need the president.
Just do the thing, bro. Just do the thing.
President's help. Go ahead, do it. We're all waiting. Go ahead.
Do what?
We'll root for you. How come it's not happening? So,
like end the wars, restart the war, like overthrow the regime single-handedly? What does he expect them to do or what?
What do you mean? You can, it's confusing as hell. It's confusing as hell to your audience. Who are you to say?
What audience?
Confusing as hell with the president. What the hell are you doing? So no, I'm not a fan of saying it's confusing as hell. Your audience should be confused as hell on all the promises you made. Go on the streets, now go back home. Go on the streets again, now go back home. Go on the streets, we have military defectors that are turning and they're gonna come in. Where are they? Where are the defectors? Show me. Show me.
I mean, you guys just said earlier, well, actually, I don't think they've mentioned it on this particular episode, but dissidents are like shot dead. It's like the whole thing is that the IRGC is repressive, dude. Hello. Even Israeli intelligence and Mossad was saying that, like, yeah, if we encourage these people to go, you know, try to do an uprising against this regime, it's going to result in mass slaughter.
The baby. Where are the defectors? Okay? Your story. Your confidence, you're going out there to media saying they're going to do this, we don't need the president, all this other stuff. Fantastic. Because this becomes two different things. What Trump is doing is what's best for America. That's his job. That's his duty. His job isn't what's best for you. His job isn't what's best for any other people than America first. He's trying to do what's best for America. Now, the secondary is what? Of course, he doesn't want issues in the Middle East. He would like there to not have that kind of an issue that they're dealing with. But 90% of the onus is on you now. We've been following people like, Pat, just leave this one alone.
He literally, again, he's more critical of this dude than Donald fucking Trump. He actually holds him to a higher standard and expects more from the former, I don't know why I want to say former son, from the son of the former Shah, who's overthrown by the Iranian people. Like, I can't, dude. Like, he actually expects more from him than from Trump to end this war or to start it or do something.
Leave this one alone. We know what we're doing. Where is it? Where is it? Go ahead. Well, you know, you got to be more patient. The Iranian people.
The 40,000 made up, no evidence number 2. I know. The highest estimate that Amnesty is willing to say is that the amount is between like 15,000. I think I saw one that was like from a credible independent human rights org, but like I can't think of which one it was. That maybe 20,000, but like these claims of like 30, 40, 1 million Iranians killed by the IRGC, like there's just no evidence to support that. Like they did intentionally kill dissidents, but it wasn't in those numbers.
Reza Pahlavi have got to be the most patient people in the world. You've been waiting for 47 years. I don't have that kind of patience. Good for you. No, he's the guy. He's this, he's that. Where is the doing? The doing.
How do you stay sane covering politics these days? I don't. Bold of you to assume that I do. But in reality, it stresses me out more to not be up to date on what's happening than it does to consume it and stay up to date.
Not the talking, the doing. So yes, these are two different separate issues. Trump's got to do what's best for America first. You claim you want to do what's best for Iran first. Well, then go do it. We're waiting. We're rooting for you. We're like, come on. Watch your interviews, beautiful interviews in French and all these other languages that you speak and very eloquent on the way you deliver your message. But when somebody says, what did you say? Let me call my cousin. You're not going to like it when my cousin shows up. And then cousin doesn't show up for 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Mm-hmm. Your cousin doesn't have your back. And then another person says, what did you say?
Okay, so if you understand that if you consistently call upon somebody or make a promise and you don't follow through on it, or they don't follow through on it either, then your word means jack shit and you lose all credibility and you should be held in contempt, right? Okay, why is it that Donald Trump gets every single pass in the fucking world from PBD, even though he has consistently said, we've won, it's over, it's a war, it's not a war, they don't like me to say that, so it's not a war, but I want to call it a war. The Strait of Hormuz is open, it's closed, we're blockading, but it's open, but it's closed, we're done, we've eliminated the nuclear facility, we can't end it until we get a deal where they promise to not have a nuclear weapon. Like, we gonna apply this scrutiny to him at any point, or what?
You say, wait till my cousin shows up. 30 seconds later, cousin shows up. You're like, dude, I'm sorry, man. I never want to say anything.
Yeah.
I fought both types of people. Okay? And the one that the cousin shows up, you always respect. Where are your cousins? Where are your cousins? Why are they not showing up in the streets of Iran to help these 40-something people that were massacred? That's on Trump or is on you? It's kind of on you. I want to be the transitional leader. It's on you. And by the way, this leads me to many Iranians want to bring the previous flag of Iran, pre-revolution. They do. And Rob, do you see that story?
Israel last.
Where now FIFA World Cup is saying you can't. You can't bring the flag. You know, you can't sport that flag. What do you mean you can't sport the flag? Well, they just announced it. And what page is this, Rob? 30-something? Pre-revolution Iran flags banned from the World Cup. That right there. Let me give you a guarantee of how...
Wow, can you believe that the arbiters and progenitors of the FIFA World Peace Prize Award have like just ridiculous arbitrary standards for what virtue signals they will enforce and adopt to, you know, appease a random like conservative grievance-based like donor that they work with?
How Iranian people are. Let me tell you how Iranian people are. They're going to show up no matter what. They're going to show up no matter what. Don't get me wrong. Security's going to... You can hide the flag in your underwear. You can hide the flag. They're going to try to bring... That's going to be a very small flag if you hide it in your underwear, right? Because if you got like stacked, like they're going to be like, hey, is this guy in the adult entertainment business? They're going to check you out.
And we know how those Iranian guys are built. I mean, they're
stacked.
They're
Stacked.
Gonna be
But let me tell you, flags from
Why are we talking about how fucking like... Why are we talking about like the average penis size of like an Iranian dude? What the fuck? What am I listening to?
You can hide the flag in your underwear. You can hide the flag. They're going to try to bring... That's going to be a very small flag if you hide it in your underwear, right? Because if you got like stacked, like they're going to be like, hey, is this guy in the adult entertainment business? They're going to check you out.
And we know how those Iranian guys are built. I mean, they're
stacked.
They're
Stacked. But let me tell you,
The Iranians are hung, am I right? Just biting political commentary. Dude, this jacket brings out like another side in Adam.
From pre-revolutionary Iran will not be permitted at the upcoming World Cup events this summer. While the pre-revolutionary Iran flag share the same colors as the current Islamic flag, the original flag, beloved by Iranian dissidents and refugees, prominently features a lion and a sun in the center following the 1979 Iranian Revolution. According to The Athletic, a source close to FIFA confirmed they will prohibit the presence of the pre-revolutionary flag at its venues this summer. Ilan, your thoughts on both the Reza Pahlavi story and the flag?
Okay, so the Reza Pahlavi story, I think you nailed it perfectly when you said that Donald Trump has an obligation to the United States. To touch on what you both said earlier, Tom and Vinny.
You really nailed it perfectly when you pointed out that the American president has an obligation to the Constitution and the people who voted him and this country. Wow, astute observation.
Is that the United States has limited the danger that Iran poses to us directly. The 60% enriched uranium could create a dirty bomb, and they demonstrated that they have longer range ballistic missiles than we previously thought. So there was a existential threat to the United States that's greatly limited now. Reza Pahlavi has an obligation to his own people if he wants to see change. You're right. You can't depend on another country. And by the way, to say that...
Dude, his own people. He doesn't even have influence over his fucking followers on Twitter, and they're talking about like his people, like he has subjects or something, when he's nobody.
Trump has been unclear.
He has no power.
Trump has taken more action than any president would be willing to take in Iran to help create an...
Like even actual royal bloodlines like struggle to assert power because they're like largely figureheads.
...environment where regime change could rise up and actually happen. So he did create the circumstances in the country for that time. As for this right now, the Iranian flag being banned from FIFA, I understand the dangers of, you know, kind of... uprising tension in a FIFA game, which could result in chaos and then people getting hurt and all that kind of stuff. They're trying to limit that. They're trying to keep it safe. But I do think, knowing Iranian people, that they will show up with their flags, like you said, anyway. They'll show up in big numbers. And what are you going to do?
They're going to show up.
You're going to kick out thousands of people from the stadium. You're going to just start. That's going to create a problem in itself. So they're going to be in a position where if enough people show up with flags, there's going to be nothing.
They don't. What? They're not going to. They could just take it from you. They don't have to kick people out. They're just going to look at, like, has this dude never been to like a sporting event or anything that required you to go through security of some kind before you entered into the venue? They don't kick you out. They just tell you, they just like deny you entry and say you can go put it back in your car or you can throw it away or you're like not getting into the building. They're not going to get in and then notice that people have a flag and then kick them out.
Thing they can do, and maybe that'll be a bigger statement overall. The fact that it was banned, people show up, hold it, and they can't get rid of them.
Wow, calling for civil disobedience on the PBD podcast, crazy.
Then
Adam.
Yeah, Persian fans out there, bring your flags. If they can bring the Palestinian terrorist flag anywhere they want and do marches in streets of every city every single day, go ahead and bring your line in the sun. Major respect.
Watch literally nothing come of this call to action because the only people that yearn for the Iranian monarchy to come back are a bunch of psychopathic, like Iranian expats. And the idea that they're all going to be concentrated at this FIFA World Cup game or whatever is like delusional.
The patience things, the flexible thing, and Pat, I'm gonna ask you.
Like they're fucking like Iranian expats, like they in name only first and foremost, but like truly they are Americans first. And like most burger Americans, they care about getting their fucking treats and getting where they want to be. And if they say you can't have that fucking flag, guess what? They ain't bringing that fucking flag, and it's more important for them to go see the game.
Question. It's been over 40 years. In the last 4 months, not even, they've killed over 40,000 of their own people. Yeah, this regime has a stranglehold on the people. Their future does not look bright on their neck, and you want justice and you want this overturned in 3 months, guys? What are we doing? It's going to take time, like in any other situation in life when you make an investment in the war. But then last thing, Pat, you just went in, sir. I mean, I respectfully, you went. I've never seen you go that hard on.
Oh my God.
Individual, but fair.
You don't think I went hard?
No, but
I think it's very honest. I think you
but
claim you have people in the military.
Oh, don't you just love when Adam is trying to just to PBD and it gets shut down instantly? Like he exists as like a yes man, so he thinks. But in reality, he's like the punching bag. And so every single time he goes to like flatter PBD's ego, try to like suck him off, you know, PBD, like half the time PBD is like, I don't even want it. I don't even want your compliment, dude. It's embarrassing. Like you're here so I can, make myself look smart by talking down to you. Know your fucking role.
Terry flipping.
Yeah.
Show me the baby. Show me the money.
He was
Where are
asking
you?
a question very clear.
That's what I want to.
If I tell you, if I threaten you, or if I give you a lead that I'm going to do something, and you're like, let me tell you, like imagine if I am so connected, I'm going to be able to introduce you to this, introduce you to that. Oh, really? All right. Eventually, you're like, where are your connections? Where are your contacts? Oh, I got money people. Really, where are they? Oh, I am so. You hire somebody and they're like, oh, I can bring good engineers. Year later, like, I thought you had all these contacts. Where are all your contacts? No. So to me, he is beloved.
Is his job on the ropes or something? A couple of weeks ago, I would have said, is it ever, after a disastrous appearance against Dave Smith on Piers Morgan, where PBD literally cleared the itinerary for the podcast to personally scold Adam in front of people. He literally said that. But given, Adam's new fit, Top Gun Maverick replica jackets do not pay for themselves. So maybe he's here to stay.
I mean, don't get it wrong.
I think PBD recognizes that it's like smart for him to have like pinheads that are like just as stupid, if not dumber than him, surrounded by him to make him look like, an intellectual titan.
He's beloved by his people. They love him because they have a fantasy. The love towards him isn't towards him. Mm-hmm. The love towards him is because of the love they have for his father, not for him. And they are romanticizing with this. And at the end of the day, he has to either show that he is well connected, and military folks are out there, great, or not. And if you're not, great. Don't get out there and say you're confusing the hell out of everyone. You're confusing the hell out of everyone.
Mm-hmm. No,
your job is Iran first. You claim his job is America first. Are you delivering on your promises? I don't know. Tom, do you have any thoughts on this?
This is not the
Tom, give it to us.
This specifically, but I'll tell you. Nicaraguan baseball players hated the fact that there was the alternative flag. They have the beautiful blue and white flag for Nicaragua, but then there's the black and red Sandinista flag. And when they were at the World Baseball Classic, remember, Nicaragua qualified World Baseball Classic for the first time ever in 23. I think it was first time ever. And then they came back in 26 with the team. They love that flag that's on the left, and then you see the FSLN. That's the Sandinista, and it represents a time of pain and everything.
Dude, they love that flag. Like, cuts to what looks like literally like a Facebook photo of like 3 people holding up this flag. You'd think if this flag were revered or popular amongst the masses, you'd be able to point to like protest demonstrations with like thousands of people, like Iranians, holding up these flags as a sign of their like political will and expression. But no, what you have is like, again, a bunch of privileged expats gathering together at like local community centers holding up a flag that nobody gives a fuck about except for them.
So this is not the first time that you've had a country trouble. We've had 2 flags going. And you know what? I see what they're trying to do for the World Cup. They don't want to feel like there's going to be tension in the stands. Just like people that see that FSLN, they think about the Sandinista and they think about bloodshed and they don't like it.
I just want to give you a chance to give the final word on this. Where I want to ask you is
all these Palestinian flags in chat.
The shadow that he's living in under his father. I understand the romanticizing. I understand that painting. I understand that he seems like a nice guy. He just has not backed it up with actions. And I just want to understand from a father, from a leader, someone that respects the father, maybe just encapsulate, where he could have done better, where he failed, what his position is, because I don't know this guy like you do. And really where he could help at this point, because I think you guys...
from a father, from a leader,
all want to get on the same page and free the Iranian people.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to act like I know this guy. So I don't know the guy. I've spent 15 hours with him, 18 hours with him. He's had dinner at our house, lunch at our house. I went and visited him in
PBD fucking wild, man. Just outing that on the podcast. 18 hours together? What were they doing?
DC. We had lunch together.
Maybe that explains the comments surrounding like why Iranians are so hung.
Italian restaurant. He's always been very respectful, always. We've had very good conversations together. And then we've done the couple podcasts together. I've spoken to his team over the years. I've been working behind closed doors for 12 years to help him. So it's not like I haven't been working behind. There's a lot of things people don't know that I've tried to help this guy out in a major way. I want to see him succeed.
Massey 2028. Imagine if a motherfucker from Kentucky becomes president. Right now, I would gladly trade the current sitting president of the United States for any random American from Kentucky over the age of 18. Gladly.
I want to see him succeed. I don't want to see him fail. Why the hell would I want to see him fail?
Yeah.
Why would I want to? My only first cousin in the world lives in Iran. Armenian guy. You don't think I want to? I have one first cousin in the world. One. And he lives in Iran. You don't think I want to see this guy succeed? Of course I want to see him succeed.
Yeah.
But eventually you get to a point where it's like, stop talking shit, deliver. It's very simple to me. If you're going to say you're going to deliver, go deliver. And stop now putting the onus, because now you know what happens, and I want to tell you what his next move could be. Now it's kind of like, oh, say nothing happens with the Iranian revolution and Iranian regime change or regime collapse. Guess who he's going to blame? Trump.
Yeah,
oh, you'll see.
Of course.
You'll see.
And that would be completely
and that'll
unfair.
be a coward's move. But watch him. He'll be cornered because it's either his fault or Trump's fault. He's always going to be the guy that's, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's that person's fault. It's not my fault. I hope he doesn't take that route. But if he's going out there saying, you're confusing the hell out of everybody, I already see the next few moves
If he
coming.
did that, and I don't have any ill will towards him, that would be very disrespectful to call
Well,
him.
he's already starting in a very subtle way with that message he gave 2 days ago. I want to get to the next story. I want to get to the next story. We got a lot of other stories to get through. This is one of them that we had. Okay,
so many stories. Okay, I saw that they actually did cover the fund. But where? Hold on. Because whatever they titled it is like not what the chapter says. Okay, like $1.8 billion fund. This is after the Castro thing. Okay, here.
Let's go to SpaceX. SpaceX page 24. So the biggest revelations from the SpaceX S1 filing. Folks, if you're not, listen, some people are trying to run a business.
I'm kind of glad I have no idea what this is all about. I'm just joining. You kind of just need to stay and watch because words alone are not sufficient enough to even describe, not quickly anyway, encapsulate the aura and magic that is the PBD podcast.
That does $1 million a year. Some run a business doing $10 million a year. Some get to $100 million, which is like, my God, I can't believe we build a $100 million a year business. This guy doesn't build.
Prepare to be value-tained. That'll be my opening elevator pitch.
Billion-dollar companies. This guy's built multiple trillion-dollar companies. Let me say this again. He's built multiple companies that are not worth multi-billion dollars, multi-trillion dollars. And now SpaceX, which was just an idea, now all of a sudden, the single biggest IPO. So let me read a couple things to it. Musk's initiative to build a human colony. Making life multiplanetary is at the forefront of SpaceX's mission, number one. Number two, Musk's paper.
They're clearly not going to talk about the fund. I don't know why they said that. It says that in their fucking thing. I guess they were supposed to and they cut it. I guess they didn't think, again, one of the largest political corruption scandals of the entire fucking century is just not important.
Package could be worth up to $737 billion. Based on the implied share count in the filings, Musk's 2 performance awards could be worth $737 billion. So what's your bonus this year, folks? His is $737 billion if he's able to get this done.
Bold of you to assume that the average American worker is getting a bonus.
And that is if a 1 billion share award that vests, if SpaceX reaches a valuation of $7.5 trillion, which, by the way, Tom's going to tell you a number that's $28.5 trillion here in a minute, but he'll get to it. Anthropic is paying a lot for SpaceX compute. Anthropic is paying SpaceX $1.25 billion a month through May of 2029 for access to the rocket company's compute capacity. Okay, that's a pretty good customer right there. Musk has massive voting power. Okay, you ready for the voting power? Let me read it to you. Voting rights in stock means each share owned gives the shareholders 1 vote on eligible matters, except the S1 revealed that Musk, who serves as the company's chief executive, CTO, and chairman.
Look, even some of the PBD audience sees through this bullshit, romanticizing another man's money. They see this as miserly and weird. It is pocket watching in this strange way.
Of the board.
Oh my God.
Holds 85.1% of combined voting power, which you know what it means? Nobody gets to say shit. Yeah. What he says is going to happen. And Grok's CapEx was...
Wow, can you believe that Elon Musk has significant control over a company that he has investments in and a stake in? This is groundbreaking stuff, folks. Okay, whatever. Bezos blasts Mamdani. Dude, I like love their coverage of Mamdani. Let's see.
Is Bezos. I want to show a couple clips of Bezos, Rob, if you want to pull those up. So one by one, you know, he is just, you know, making point after point after point with this interview with is it Sorkin? Aaron Sorkin? Am I saying it correct?
Andrew Ross.
Yeah, Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Right.
Oh my God. Why is Aaron Sorkin coming up? Kill me.
That sounds
In a video game.
That sounds boy.
No, he's a CNBC anchor.
Which
in the
clip
morning.
is this, Rob? Is this the one about the 1% and the bottom 50%?
This is the WAPO clip. I can
Play the WAPO clip. So watch this. Look at the way he's being asked, where it's like, oh my God, a gotcha question. Hey, how about all the people you laid off at WAPO? This is basic business, common sense. Go ahead, Rob.
Talking about markets. Yeah. I was going to ask you about the news market. Yeah. Because you own the Washington Post. Yes. And one of the critiques, by the way, and this is maybe the low critique and everything else is, you know, we just had the company laid off about 30% of its staff.
Yeah, what is this leftist audio? Seriously, this is like ostensibly a professional news setup, but you can hear literally all of the machinery in the background.
And there's a lot of people out there who said, Jeff's super wealthy. He's talked about this being a public
Is this why we were gassing up Bezos earlier? I'm starting to think it's related. Yeah.
trust. Is something that he bought early on. How much you care about that piece of it. Why lay people off? Why fire people? Why do you subsidize the business if in fact...
Because the Post needs to be a profitable enterprise that stands on its own 2 feet. It needs to be...
Yes. I mean, that's the question. Some people say it should be a trust.
And let me tell you why. Okay. Because it's a measure of its relevance.
Dude, I almost didn't recognize Bezos. He looks bad.
If people won't pay
He looks like bloated as fuck.
our product, we're not doing...
Bingo.
It's not good enough.
Really well.
Bingo.
It's like,
Yeah.
you know, doing... it would be like poetry without rhyming. It's too easy.
Like, dude, ever since he's married what's her name, who's bogged herself, he is clearly getting like surgical intervention and like fillers and Botox and shit. He is pillow face.
So we want, it's got to be...
Chud saying he's taking testosterone. He has to be.
Something that people will pay for, because that's a signal.
Right.
It's a signal that we're providing a relevant service. With your paper, the New York Times, you guys make a ton of money. You guys are doing very well financially, and you're providing a service that people are willing to pay for. Sure. We can do that too.
But he's stupid because he's putting himself in an early grave by doing this shit. Like, this is the man who, like, I think of when I think of Jeff Bezos, like when Jeff Bezos comes to mind, not this guy.
That's what I told them, you know, when we were planning those layoffs. Right. I didn't pick who was going to get laid off or which departments. I said, follow the data. Follow the data. And I said, there's one exception to this.
What's that?
Don't follow the data on investigative reporting. The heart of the Post is investigative reporting. And guess what? Our newsroom today, even after the layoffs, is still larger than when we did Watergate and the Pentagon Papers. And we just won the Pulitzer Prize.
Wow, that's like a really high bar to clear. Did you know that the reporting for news in the 21st century, where stories that would have lasted for weeks and weeks and weeks end up being insignificant by the end of the day because there's just that much media and like news to report on that, like, but we have a bigger staff than when they broke Watergate. That's like not an impressive benchmark whatsoever.
For public service, the most prestigious prize.
And you picture Bezos and Miller's rubbing heads. I could, but I don't want to. Like, you made me because you wrote me. I read that.
The most prestigious Pulitzer for our investigation into Doge.
Pause it right there, Tom. So what do you think about the way he's breaking this down about WAPO and why he let go of 30% of his people?
Basically, what he's pointing out is that there's a fable that's in the middle of the question there, and the question is like, why isn't it a trust? And what that is, that's Sorkin kind of speaking to the New York Times that bought his business. Remember, Sorkin was an entrepreneur and sold his business for a lot of money, deal book. And so now he's at, well, why isn't the news media a trust? And
oh God, my dumbass thought they were talking about Aaron Sorkin this whole time.
All of a sudden, he gets the facts back. And I think that this is what every entrepreneur in America understands. If I run a pool cleaning business and I've got 100 pools.
I don't know why we're getting a capitalism crash course. Yes, for a business to be profitable, it needs to grow every single year. It's kind of the whole thing. We know. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. What does it say? Jeff Bezos is more like it. Fucking got him.
That I'm cleaning, and I got 4 guys, and I'm losing a little bit of money. And 3 of my guys are not that busy, then I got to do it with 3 guys because I'm protecting the jobs of the 3. Nobody looks at what you're protecting or building. They always look at the other side because Sorkin's just trying to find the gotcha. He's trying to find the angle in the interview there. And that's kind of disappointing to me. Now, should he be asking the question? Sure. But he shouldn't be so surprised that an entrepreneur says, wait a minute, words talk, numbers scream. We have a bigger newsroom than we did under Watergate, which is one of the great legacies and great accomplishments and the great history, storied history of the Washington Post. We've got that. Don't judge it by the investigative reporting. We need that. Follow the data on everything else. And it's like, are you contributing value? And then he whips it back around and says, hey, the New York Times, people want to buy that.
It is disturbing the extent to which they are just doing like PR for free for Bezos' decision that is his and his alone to defend. I mean, like, why are they even concerned? He's like not going to be, he's getting pushback from a very, very particular part of the internet, not even like the general American public, because they're not up to date with who even owns these massive media conglomerates. And to the extent that they are, they're going to hear layoffs. Oh, I guess times are tough. Yeah, there's not enough money for like they're not going to see this as like consolidation of like streams of information or corrosive to democracy. They clearly don't. To the extent that they're informing anybody about this, they're explaining to you, oh, this is actually a good thing because it's really good for Jeff Bezos' bottom line. Doesn't matter that it has to serve this role for like as like a public good effectively, even though it's privatized.
The New York Times and the Wall Street Journal is kind of interesting. They're both in New York and they're down the street from each other, and both of them have done better digitally than any other papers out there. Who's done better digitally on subscription than the Times and that? So what do I think? I think Bezos is speaking the truth. Bezos is speaking like an entrepreneur, and there is stuff for people to learn there. If you're running a t-shirt company in Berlin or a small software company in Nebraska, you have something to learn right there. If it's profitable and it's making it, you bet on it. And if it's not, you have to look at trimming or doing something else. It's just a fact. And the insidious angle that says, well, maybe turn it into a trust or something. Bezos is under no obligation to run a nonprofit to build.
Hey, this billionaire can do whatever the fuck he wants. Stop judging him.
Build a newsroom simply because you want
like this bootlicking, this white knighting, dude. It is fucking pathetic.
Another liberal voice in America. Sorry.
Well, it touches on actually the kind of socialist mentality we were talking about earlier. What he said is the
criticize Jeff Bezos, socialism. And then I said, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that this billionaire unilaterally helped to decide that a huge chunk of the journalists that are involved in doing investigative reporting for the Washington Times had their jobs eliminated. And then I said, what are you, a socialist?
Oldest free market argument in history. And he said it beautiful. If it's not producing, if it's not profitable, that's a sign of its lacking relevance. Or he said, if it is profitable, that's a sign of its relevance. That is everything. That's the market feedback you get to know if what you are doing has value. Everything great we created in society. People talk about this with medicine. They say like, oh, well, why does this medicine cost us much? These companies are incentivized to create these things for us because they can then make money off of it. If there is no profitability there, creation dies. And so he's making the ultimate argument here that if he's making relevant news...
So this is literally just being used to just do like capitalism propaganda. That's it.
People want to pay for, then he knows he's making good news. The argument that you should be
and like neoliberal apologism, that's it.
Losing money.
There's no further insight. Like, oh, did you know nobody will do anything unless there's like a profit incentive? Is like the vulgar analysis that we've got going on here, which is like just not even true.
That your entire infrastructure is not functional. So exactly what Tom said. I mean, it's the capitalist free market argument.
Yeah, you have the money. Why don't you do it if you have the money? Why do you need to do this? Why do you need to sell merch? Why do you need to do all this stuff to keep making the money? Why do you... It's how this thing works. The incentive for people to continue building something, not the other way around. Adam, your thoughts?
I got a different take on this. Not necessarily a WAP.
Adam's socialist arc. Let's fucking go.
Both take, but like more of a society.
That would actually be really bad for the American socialist movement if Adam and his fucking big boy jacket were the face of it, unfortunately.
Cultural take. The article that you just read, what was the second article after that? It said that Zoran Mamdani rebuffs Jeff Bezos' comment on rising taxes. So a few years ago, I remember when it was Elon Musk versus Zuck, or Elon Musk versus Bezos. Now it's those guys? Zoran Mamdani, AOC. Shouldn't there be like tens of thousands of Amazon jobs in New York right now that AOC didn't want? God forbid that you want jobs to pay your people hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I have a message to AOC and to Mamdani. Thank you. As a Miamian, as a Floridian, I genuinely just want to thank you for bringing all this money and all this wealth and all this opportunity to Florida. PBD, where were you X amount of...
Dude, that fucking voice crack, holy fuck. Wait.
As a Miamian, as a Floridian, I genuinely just want to thank you for bringing all this money and all this wealth and all this opportunity to Florida. PBD, where were...
To Florida, dude.
For you X amount of years ago, California.
And in the big boy jacket, can you believe it didn't insulate him from that fucking embarrassing pronunciation?
California, Texas.
Came to Florida.
I'm actually struggling to follow Adam's point. I mean, you're just like, that's literally, you're describing my experience watching most of this podcast, but in particular, Adam's commentary. Honey Badger 222, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Don't say like for the next 15 minutes and I'll super the other $45. Like, fuck you. Thanks for the $5.
Jeff Bezos, born and bred in Miami. He's half Cuban, Miami, Palmetto graduate, Miami, came to Florida. By the way, where's he doing this interview? It's on the top left corner. Merritt Island, Florida. Everything's in Florida. The Google boys came to Florida. Zook bought a property in Florida. Your boy Messi moved to Florida, a couple of houses away from you. Ken Griffin, thank you, Mamdani, for what you're doing to Ken Griffin. Go in front of his house again, please. We want all the money. We want all the wealth. We want all the opportunity. We want all the innovation here in Florida because we're the...
They're still ass mad about that. Mamdani cut a advertisement for higher taxation, trying to raise public awareness of this, and he stood in front of this wealthy football player's mansion and was like, these are the types of, this is the type of property that we're going to be taxing. We're not really going to be focusing on middle to lower class New Yorkers. We're interested in targeting people with wealth.
The best. In New York, you're the worst now. So Miami in the last 10 years has gone from a party city, and believe me, I know it, to a money city. And we got so much money and wealth and opportunity.
So true. That's why they just elected a Democratic mayor, right?
Down here. What's the famous jerky boy thing, Pablo?
Pablo, you coming home? Come to Florida.
Come to Florida. Come to Florida, everybody. Welcome. And that's what I think is going on here is Jeff Bezos is basically, choose your enemies wisely. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. The billionaires, the tax guys are like, all right, guys, we might be competing, but these guys want to take all our money away.
Yeah. So
let's unite.
Let me get to this next story. And by the way, all of this stuff you're saying, it's great. But I'm going to tell you something here, Adam, that the conservatives have to pay very, very close attention to.
Ken Griffin is the CEO of Citadel. Then who is he thinking of? It was somebody else that Mamdani stood in front of, and it wasn't Ken Griffin then.
Going into 2028. I'll tell you what that is AOC. She is watching the pain Americans are feeling with AI data centers. So what does she do? She does a new...
Please, AOC, miss me if this is going to be about the water that the AI centers control, need so they can cool it. Please. I hope to God that's not what they're about to read from her.
I want to say documentary where AOC goes and visits Trump country, where voters embrace her and fight over new data centers. Because you're going to see 2028 issues change. Every election issues change. Immigration, border, transgender, whatever it's going to be, technology, technocrats, you're going to
transgender.
See this being one of the topics in 2028, 2027. It'll be a top 10 issue that'll come up. Trump supporters in rural Georgia say they need help in their fight against a new data center in their town from an unlikely ally. Ready? AOC. If there's a chance that anything can be done, I feel like she's going to be the one to do it, says Beverly Morris in a new short documentary put out by More Perfect Union. Rob, do you have the clips of this, or is it just AOC speaking on this topic?
This is just AOC, but she shows the water from the wells and what
it.
the data centers have done.
Go ahead.
I have a jar right here.
That's disgusting.
This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia. Right after a data center was constructed, the Meta data center was constructed, the only difference between the clean water and this was that data center.
I am so skeptical that this is anything but a correlation and not causative.
Center.
Arnold Palmer.
I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's situation.
How do we know
this
she
is
didn't
what
get
the
some
drinking
pond
water now looks like?
Did it for show. I mean, what are we doing?
Like Arnold Palmer.
Now we're just trusting AOC?
Well, no, we do know there's environmental
that
impact from data centers.
Okay, so let's hold that environmentally accountable. That doesn't mean
Oh my God, even this guy is actually throwing in with it because that talking point is prevalent enough.
These families now have to ship, in a rural area, have to ship water to their house in order to cook
showmanship here is great.
And bathe themselves. Now, I'm curious if the EPA plans any investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority
do we have a
to
clip
ensure
of the documentary?
I'll see if I can find one.
Yeah. So the point here is, as much as we're talking about all this stuff with everybody coming to Florida, the wealth going to Texas, the wealth going to Minneapolis, 100%, I get it. But a society has to also be a good society for.
Okay, this literally cuts against everything that you spent your time like saying on the previous segments, but suddenly apparently obligations kick in at some point. And what gets this point out of him? Opposition to AOC. Literally the thing that makes him dig deep to find some sort of reason to say that like capitalists have some responsibility is so he can put like, because AOC is triggering him that much.
Or the average kid coming out of college. There was another guy that just gave a college commencement speech.
Data is processed by putting dirt in water. That's my understanding.
Rob, I don't know if you saw that one. He gave a college commencement speech where he got booed and he doubled down and says, I don't care if you're booing. Let me tell you, it's just the truth. I don't know if you saw that or not. Did you see that, Elon? Did you see?
I didn't, but
Rob, did you see it? There was a guy giving a commencement speech and he was just kind of doubling down on being there's many words I can use, but just being an asshole. And kids are like, boo. Look, if a 22-year-old graduating college, their lives is not better. Not that it was a guy. Their lives are not better. They can't afford to get married, have a house, have kids, and you just say, well, that's your problem. If we think that way, you're screwed. I think this is the guy, Rob. Go ahead.
Streaming rewrote the economics. Social media rewrote the discovery model. AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool.
It's always what they say. It's inevitable. It's a tool.
Hey, like I said, you can hear me now or you can pay me later.
Good line.
That's a good one.
Ew.
Yeah, that's a
Hey,
good.
then do something about it, okay? It's a tool. Make it work for you.
What's the guy's name?
His name is
Rob? Tom, do you know who this guy is?
Scott Borchetta.
Who is he? Great last name.
Great last name. Yep. I can't tell if they like this guy or they don't.
Kind of feel like going to an Italian restaurant.
Yeah, bruschetta.
I feel like eating bruschetta.
What does he do?
Oh my God, they are literal fucking pinheads. Wow, great last name. Sounds like bruschetta. Now I'm hungry. Dude, like so fucking stupid. They're so stupid, man. They like just flagrantly display their low IQ so proudly every single fucking episode.
CEO of Big Machine Records. I believe that was the record label that originally signed Taylor
Swift.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is he a money guy? Is he a money guy? Type in net.
Is the CEO of a massive record label a money guy? I wonder.
Rob, let's see where he's at.
Record executive.
Is he a record? It's like a.
You won't find favorable.
450 million.
No, so he's not really a money guy.
He's kind of on the low end.
He's not a money guy. He's doing okay for himself.
Top 5%.
But I tell you,
Unless you're worth a bill, I don't want to hear
as
from
you're
you.
going through issues that are going on
Adam,
with
shut
low
up.
and middle income
Stepping out of line.
families, if you don't pay attention to the stuff that's going on with AI data centers, if you don't pay attention to the stuff that's going on with affordability, if you don't pay attention to the stuff that's going on with AI replacing jobs and the fear kids have, a person like an AOC will come up and say, this is why the only institution that can go up with these bully technocrats is the government. This is what they're going to say. You need
100%.
us to go fight off these technocrat trillionaires and billionaires, and we're here to save you, and we're not going to let them touch you or do anything to you. That's what I think is coming next. Elon, your thoughts?
You nailed it on the head. You're starting to see a realignment, even of guys from Bezos, who was historically critical of Trump, starting to even realign himself with Trump. You're seeing these weird fractals.
Wow, can you believe that this plutocrat is starting to cozy up to this other plutocrat who runs the free world? Color me shocked.
Points that are beyond the traditional left and right. What she's touching on, by the way, is one of those
you're talking about class solidarity between the fucking wealthy. No shit.
fracture points. It doesn't matter if you're
That's an observation that only that the left is interested in making.
conservative. If you're affected by job loss or you're affected by data centers polluting your water or affecting your environment in where you live in a small town, you're going to start aligning yourself with the people who are speaking to you. And if the right doesn't pick up on that, if it doesn't start touching on that and the importance of that and speaking to people who are affected by this and will be far more affected in the future, then someone like AOC will come up, and she's surprisingly charismatic when she's on point. She's dangerous in that sense. So, yeah.
Dude, even they can't deny AOC's aura, man. Look at this.
I think the talking points have to shift from traditional left versus right talking points to what are the things really affecting Americans today. This is a big one. And if you don't talk...
Look, okay, I wasn't crazy. They actually did change where it said like $1.8 billion fund. They got rid of it and they put the like SpaceX thing, the SpaceX IPO.
From traditional left versus right talking points to what are the things really affecting Americans today. This is a big one. And if you don't talk to Americans, you're going to lose them.
Tom.
You can look back, you know what? And I'm going to draw a parallel here. You can say what you will about Bernie Sanders, and we've all joked about him. I've joked about him pretty much.
It's fun.
They literally already talked shit about him earlier in this fucking episode by randomly bringing him up after cheering on the creation of the like one of the first trillionaires to ever fucking exist in human history, being like, well, now Bernie Sanders is going to have yet another bone to pick.
what I respect about him is not his position, but you have to respect an opponent in the political stage. And what was his message that
you have to respect when he said the American people are tired of women?
Carried so much young vote of this older senator. Student loans. Student loans were big. People couldn't feel they could afford them. Even though we say, you bought the car, you got the loan. That's what we said. You bought the education, you got the loan. People were saying, I had no choice. It was expensive. I got into college. I wanted to study this or study that. They don't see the choices they made in there and the willing choice there. They see expensive student loan, that the student loan processors and administrators were acting really badly. Guess who surfed that wave? Bernie. Bernie surfed it, and he talked about wiping out student loans and making education free, and that resonated to people in the point of education. Now we have someone even more charismatic.
Resonated with people in the point of education.
Even more dynamic, going deep into Trump country, into a county he carried by 60 points, and carrying the mantle for data centers. And data centers is the symbol of that which is more data centers means more AI. More data centers means my expense. You look at polling right now, Pat, you know what the word people associate with data centers? Expensive near me. If those are near me, it's going to be expensive for me. It's going to be expensive for me. Electricity is what they focus on. But now what they sit back and you say, that's a data center. Now the data center is also about, other problems near me, the environment near me, and most of all, data centers drive AI. AI drives jobs. All these CEOs keep talking about AI and job loss. So guess what?
The graphic that they pulled up says 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI data centers. They were asked, overall, would you strongly favor, somewhat oppose, or strongly oppose the construction of a data center in your area to support artificial intelligence or AI technology in the United States? Strongly favor, 7%, somewhat opposed, 23, strongly opposed, 48.
What? She has her populist point. And unless we get on top of this, and this is what I have been making this statement now for 5 months. I look back at the first time I said it on the podcast. You need to stand up and say data centers need to pay for their own infrastructure if it affects water and electricity, because that's part of the public good.
100%.
So you need to get permits for the small nukes, and you need to look at the sounds, because some of them, I found out it's not all of them, some of them that use certain cooling are loud as hell, apparently. Confirmed.
We saw the video.
And there are others that are not very loud. Okay, well then we need non-loud data centers that don't bring up...
This is kind of also the same thing that occurred with nuclear power, though. Like, people, you can find constituents within these, developed and developing countries that support their countries having nukes, but then nobody wants to live near the nuclear power plant.
The price of electricity so that people are not impacted. But the flip side of it, people are still saying, man, data centers, Pat, that means AI, and AI is taking jobs. And a populist like AOC becomes very formidable.
Yeah, and by the way, if you look at this here, when it says 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI data centers, it doesn't say 7 in 10 liberal Americans. It doesn't say 7 in 10 Republican Americans. It says 7 in 10 Americans oppose local, and this is from Gallup, not CNN, not Fox. It's just telling you where the American people are at. So you have to check the pulse going into 27, 28. This is a real issue. And then, there could be some decisions you could make. You could say it could be 10 miles away from where there are schools. It could be 50 miles. It can be worse. We got plenty of places to build that the local city will not be disrupted. But there's a lot of conversation. By the way, the typical argument they make, Tom, you know what the argument is made? The argument is made, well, it's us or China. Who do you want to win? Right? It's us or China. And it's us or,
Yeah, that argument is often made, but by whom? Who makes that argument and to what end? Why are they saying that? Why are they trying to treat it like the zero-sum game?
What are we going to do? We're going to lose this battle? We're going to let other people win this battle? And
like treating it as though it necessarily has to be, or it's natural to think of it as it has to be oppositional and couldn't ever be cooperative.
It's a fair conversation to have. And again, all I'm thinking about, a guy that...
I think local construction of almost anything annoying the locals who lives there, except for maybe monuments. No, totally. I mean, this is literally just also NIMBY culture is what's leading to that outcome. It is skepticism of AI, but it's also just that. It's people not wanting shit in their backyard.
Follows the sport of politics. Is what are going to be the main things that Steve Hilton yesterday? Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? Yesterday, right? He was here yesterday, and I'm just sitting there watching for myself. And I'm like, are you doing this? Are you doing that? What are you guys doing about this? What are you guys doing about that? And I want to make sure this guy has a chance at winning because you'd love to see California have a different person. Most people don't even know this. 61 years out of the last 100 years, the governor in California was a Republican. Let me say that one more time. 61 of the last 100 years, the governor of California was Republican. It's been a fairly Republican state majority of the time until lately. They've had more governors that were Republicans than Democrats. You'd love to see that happen to them. But you have to go and see the pulse. And the pulse today...
Wait, the fuck is this stat? I missed it. Hold on.
Years. I want to make sure this guy has a chance at winning because you'd love to see California have a different person. Most people don't even know this. 61 years out of the last 100 years, the governor in California was a Republican. Let me say that one more time. 61 of the last 100 years, the governor of California was Republican. It's been a fairly Republican state majority of the time until...
This is like oversimplifying something because this ignores that like the parties flipped platforms, the Southern strategy, and the impact of like how they switched for one. But he's not wrong that there is a large tendency for all people, including Democrats and like not just Republicans, to downplay the extent to which notable Republicans have come out of California. Richard Nixon was from California. Reagan was from California. Schwarzenegger was from California. So it's not this like totally like blue, always been blue state. It's a lot of business there.
They've had more governors that were Republicans than Democrats. You'd love to see that happen to them. But you have to go and see the pulse. And the pulse today going into 27, 28, this is an issue that people are thinking about. Adam, your thoughts?
I'm with you 100% on the conversation about data centers. I'll say this. People have every right to question, all right, what's going on here, guys? Because as humans...
How gracious of Adam to allow us to question this.
Because we're returning to humans again, human normalcy. We fear the unknown. We don't know what's going on. Like, you go and ask my mom about Bitcoin. Oh my God, they're going to steal my money. Like, but that didn't stop us from...
Oh my God, dude, I need him doing more of his like Jewish mother voice.
Bitcoin and the internet and the automobile.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the tier 3 subscription for 6 months. I really, really appreciate it. And you've been subscribed for 11. Very impressive. What's up, Queen? What is up, Clearwatch? Thank you so much for watching my return stream and subscribing.
Feel like technology grows our societies. The entrepreneurs are going to continue their business as they should. We should be fearful of China. We should be fearful of these other countries. So we're going to use this as a force for good. Is a gun a good thing or a bad thing? Is the internet a good thing or a bad thing? Is a smartphone a good thing or a bad thing? Well, I'm glad we have them.
A smartphone, more like dumb phone. Am I right?
So they say all politics is local. The local conversations need to be had over AI data centers. But on the top 10 issues, if you're talking about this...
That was hard for him to say, what?
Conversations need to be had over AI data centers. But on the top 10 issues, if you're talking about this...
data AI data centers.
These local towns that AOC is just charming over. All right, cool, data centers we may agree on. Let's go over the other 10 issues. Do we see eye to eye on any of them? The open borders, the transport stuff, the godlessness, the Marxist stuff, the wokeness. It's like, no. All right, data center, maybe. So the right better get a hold of this data center thing so they don't use the affordability and economic conversation during midterms. But all the other issues for your normal Americans, I don't see.
I love how he thinks that this is a result of like not enough messaging surrounding AI. When look at that fucking clip that you just played. The people that are the most interested in propagating this shit are absolute fucking psychos and their own worst enemy when it comes to launching ad campaigns that can actually persuade people. Being like it or not, this is your fucking future. Deal with it as people are literally booing him.
AOC charming the pants out of them.
Oh, okay, you stay there.
It's like engineers, like these fucking people, like that are like trying to handle messaging for some reason. That's like the last thing that they should be touching.
Other than
you
in Brooklyn,
you stay
other
there.
than
Let
in
me
Brooklyn,
tell you.
we still bring up Bernie 10 years ago.
No, but let me tell you,
as if normal Americans are still falling for that. The young
pissed off Rob right there.
The young
Rob is
people
gonna be
are.
furious.
Rob, put your pants on, dude.
Right. So here's what
young people are susceptible.
Oh my God, Adam, let PBD finish. Read the fucking room, dude. You're just a goon for PBD. Like, shut up when he starts talking.
But older people who are not living on social media all day, they know a little bit more
Adam,
normal.
Screaming doesn't make your argument right.
I was yelling at Rob.
I understand that. Let me tell you what I'm saying here. If you get, at the end of the day, men are dangerous to society when they don't have what?
Jobs, work.
What
purpose,
else?
Purpose.
What else?
Women.
What else? Okay, can you say those are the top three?
Yeah.
Men are dangerous, horrible to society if they don't have those three things, and I would put hope as well.
Yeah.
And faith as well in those categories. But specifically, it's what?
Purpose.
Money, purpose, a family, a woman in their life, friends. Okay.
Basically, don't be a loser.
So if these disruptions happen, thank you. if these disruptions happen, it's funny, these batteries get bigger, but they die sooner. How the hell does this happen with technology? The biggest one died the fastest one. It's like, I just want to.
They're stealing the computer
ghetto
power.
ones that would last a long time. So, if we all of a sudden see regular, by the way, when is election? When is presidential election? How long do we
November
have?
of 2028.
November of 2020. How long do we
Oh my
have?
God, I thought he was asking that like rhetorically, like, guys, think about it. When's the election? He was genuinely being like, when is the American election?
Till then.
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay, so here's a question for you. Yeah. You ready for this question, Tom? I got a question for specifically Tom. You can give this answer too. You ready? We are 900 days away from presidential election 2028. If Anthropic CEO Vinny said unemployment could go to 10%, let's go worst case scenario. If AI, by the way, I had a dinner with a guy 2 nights ago, very, very successful guy financially, him and his wife, beautiful couple. He was in a meeting with Larry Ellison, and Larry Ellison, guess what Larry Ellison said? He said in around 5 years.
Who gives a flying fuck what Larry Ellison says unless you're bringing it up to criticize him?
There's going to be more robots around the world than human beings. He said 5 years. He didn't say 20 years. He said 5 years.
Larry Ellison said that.
And Larry Ellison doesn't just say shit. The guy's worth anywhere between $200 to $400 billion on any given day. I don't know where he's at today.
Yeah, billionaires notoriously not known for ever saying anything fucking stupid or putting their foot in their mouth or making themselves seem like inhuman, unapproachable psychopaths.
He's worth $200 to $400 billion.
What's this? This is from The Guardian. Irresponsible. Backlash as Utah approves data center twice the size of Manhattan. Facility would require more power than entire state uses and suck up vast amount of water in drought-stricken area. This is May 13th when it was reported up this year. A plan to create one of the world's largest data centers, a gargantuan project spanning an area more than twice the size of Manhattan, has provoked a furious public backlash in Utah amid concerns over its vast energy use and impact upon the state's just water supplies. The Stratos AI data center footprint will cover more than 40,000 acres over 3 sites in Box Elder County in northwestern Utah. The facility will require about 9 gigawatts of power, which is more than the entire state of Utah currently consumes, and suck up a significant amount of water in an area that has been hit by severe drought in recent years. Last week, the project was approved by the county's commissioners, despite thousands of objections lodged by Utah residents. Environmentalists have warned that Stratos can imperil the Great Salt Lake ecosystem, including a critical migratory bird habitat, which is already under severe stress. Cool country, am I right?
He's 235
He's
today.
a top 5 guy in top 10 for sure.
But he's a top 5 guy, but he may be a top 2 guy in voice behind closed doors. Yeah. So
definitely not known for hyping up things to increase the value of their investments. Are you describing billionaires? That doesn't sound like people that hold a bunch of money. Nope.
What do you mean robots are going to outnumber number of people in 5 years? He's saying this. Okay. That'll never happen. How quickly did language learning models change everything? Very quickly. All right, Tom, worst case scenario. If AI is going as fast as it is, how advanced do you think coding is going to be in 2 years? How advanced do you think coding will be May of 2028?
28. I'm on the camp that I think we're going to see a doubling in the next 24 months of coding capability. The number of lines written per position or number of lines written per what you want to measure, it'll be 2x the number of overall lines written.
So let me
driven
ask
by
you,
AI at the top end.
Give me the best case scenario where unemployment will be October of 2028.
Best case?
Best case scenario.
For the election?
There's no fucking way he knows this because the last thing that they ever think about is any statistic that impacts working people and not their billionaire cronies that like fund this, that like dark money that funds this podcast or whatever.
Yep, October of 2028.
I'm thinking 5 to 7.
Or actually, I shouldn't say that. I think that the way that they fund this podcast is a combination of some benefactors, but a lot of it is just like scamming a bunch of broke people with these like basically MLM tier shit. Like courses and Minnecting with people that they have like secret special information that they can give you so you can be as successful as PBD.
Did you hear? Best case, Tom is saying 5 to 7%
unemployment.
Yes,
right.
Best case.
Yes.
What is it right now? 4.
Yes. I don't know where it's at right now, Rob. We're at 3.5 to 4.5%.
He was asking him, but he didn't even know. I thought he was quizzing him.
I didn't say worst case to Tom. The question I asked Tom is best case.
And can we agree that they want to keep it
4.7% today?
That's in Florida. That's
no,
in Florida.
go to U.S., Rob, not Florida. He didn't type in Florida.
And can we agree that
come out Florida?
Can we agree the magic number that the Fed would like to keep at is under 5%?
Yeah. So can you go to
Never mind the Fed.
unemployment?
We're talking about this.
Nationally, where's unemployment right now? Nationally, 4.3%.
Yeah.
Okay, Adam. What was my question to Tom?
How soon? No. Where will it be in 2 years?
Best case unemployment October of. And by the way, this isn't Trump's fault.
No, this is natural evolution.
Natural evolution of AI. Okay, Tom, do me a favor. Give me worst case.
Worst case?
Yeah.
99% unemployment. What does that even mean? Unless you can point to some actual forecast or projection that is rooted in empirical data and projections as to what is how unemployment is going to steadily rise, then asking Tom to just engage in conjecture and say what's the worst case scenario. I mean, you may as well say 100% unemployment breadlines like in the fucking Soviet Union.
And by this is cataclysmic.
Don't give me cataclysmic. Just give me like some hope. Give me an 8. 8. Not a cataclysmic.
So they're like asking, like, Tom, you can't get it wrong. It's literally like you can't falsify this. like you can't disprove whatever you speculate on. Literally, just say whatever number. Say 9% unemployment, 12% unemployment. Just make it up.
Cataclysmic, like an 8 worst case.
8 on 10.
I'm really concerned that it could touch 10.
Okay, perfect.
Which is
based on what? Based on literally what?
Which is not.
It's still
insane.
bad. But no, it's not. It's not. It is insane.
Okay.
It is insane.
Let's.
A dude who didn't know what the unemployment rate was 2 seconds ago is really concerned that it's about to hit 10% any day now.
Where was it during COVID?
No, you can't compare COVID. No, you can't compare COVID.
COVID was an artificial
COVID is an
temporary
event that came and left in 6 months. So you can't compare.
Where was?
Yeah, remember when COVID just came and left in 6 months? You guys, that was crazy, man. Crazy 6 months. Oh, I have seen this. Maven's Picks, don't you? Yep, the Minnect page for Patrick Bet David, or Paul Bet Davidson, as some know him. 11,000 consultations, 5 stars, about me, born in Iran, made in U.S., entrepreneur since 10 years old, author of #1 Wall Street Journal bestseller, Your Next 5 Moves, a lifelong synergist. This is awesome. Literally like an Instagram bio. Complete with emojis. $800 a minimum, 15-minute minimum, and this dude has done 11,060 consultations. What do you want to bet this shit is literally just a money laundering scheme? How else? Like, again, who the fuck? $12,000 minimum for a 15-minute call with this dude, and people love it. These are a lot. These are a lot of like foreign names, man. Abram Weiler, keep it simple. 3 categories max. Thanks, Abram. Wait, thanks. Oh, from Abram. Okay, I thought I was like, is this a bot? Like they messed up. This is Vitali Gladish. I keep it the pressure at 65%. It's like, oh, so it's like people that don't fucking speak English. Like a dumb guy's idea of like a smart person that is paying $15,000 for this shit or whatever. Very helpful and honest reply. Thank you, PBD. Like, these people have to be in a fucking cult. June Zhang. Respond quickly and most importantly, respond authentically. For the low, low price of $12,000, these people willingly gave this man their hard-earned money.
Was it?
It's not.
And then left a review and said, thank you. Thank you for fucking me in the ass for $12,000.
Look, you look at unemployment. Look at the last time we had 10%. Okay. No, don't look at that. That's like when you do steroids, TRT, and cycle, and all of a sudden you're like this. Look at me, my testosterone level is 1,200. Bro, get off all the shit and where are you at now? Well, it's really 382. No shit. Like, go ahead.
I'm very motivated to take TRT.
Fully agree with you that was fake.
And this is names look made up. No, what looks made up is the idea that 11,000 people for the short period of time that Minnect has existed have forked over $12,000 to PBD for a Minnect consultation. But I don't doubt that there's like there are some people that have fallen for that stupid shit.
It's real.
But stay. Yeah, so go to the time where it was a legit 10.
Yeah, that was during the Great Recession.
And by the way, why is that?
And it may also not have always been that rate. Those could be like old things that like when it was, again, probably still egregious, probably still thousands of dollars, but not $12,000 because of a 15-minute minimum.
Because of no income, no asset loan that came in.
This is going to affect society more.
This is not going to be a drop like that, buddy.
No, this is unsustainable.
Here's where I'm going.
You mean it's going to be a worse drop?
Yes.
So you're saying it can go to as much as 20%, I'm assuming.
Let me make my point. I didn't say 20%. What I am saying to you is the following.
Dude, Adam can't get to break today.
Percent of unemployment going up, how many jobs do we lose? Rob, can you pull up per percent of unemployment?
Million jobs?
How many jobs? No, it's bigger than that.
Not even the big boy jacket could protect him.
Percent of unemployment. It could be a million jobs. It's 150 million people that we have working. So 1.5 million is per percent. I don't know what the number. I'm just guesstimating. 1.5, 1.6 million.
I was kind of close.
Yeah, you were kind of close. So you know what it means if 1.6 million people are unemployed? Rob, can you tell me by how many votes Trump beat Hillary in 2016? By how many votes?
Oh my God. He didn't beat her in 2016 with the fucking popular vote. Does he seriously not know this? He's about to get owned.
Jordy went to
This is going to be fucking beautiful. It didn't go to him. You're only going to be able to find state races where he won. But overall, she won the popular vote by millions.
Well, Hillary won 65.
She won the
popular vote. Okay.
Popular vote,
so what is per percent?
Dude.
What is per percent? It's 1.6 million votes. How do you think they're going to be voting? And by the way, if it's 2%,
Okay, just quickly move off that point. Why did we bring it up?
it's 3.2 million. If it's 3%, it's 4.8 million.
Yeah.
If it's 4%, it's 6.4 million. You want to play this game? So where I'm going to from now, Republicans have to really sit there and realize if you think socialism was being sold, where you're like, the things I don't ever have to worry about is socialism. Really? Yeah. Oh,
Was that supposed to be like a Hillary impression or a Bernie? Like, what? Hillary Clinton was not selling socialism.
okay, bro, you stay that cocky. No, if I'm an advisor to a candidate for 2028, we are not only talking messaging, strategies, ideas, ways to do things because we're entering a different era. This is the easiest it's ever been to create wealth, and this is the easiest it's ever been to replace anybody. Who is the anybody? Who is the anybody? It's the average day today. So when you're talking about the youth is one. But how about the 57-year-old guy that still needs 8 more years to work because he's relying on his 401k and his pension? And all of a sudden, that guy who makes $117,000, you're peaceful to society, no problem. He goes once a month and eats at Cheesecake Factory. Anniversary, he goes to Hawaii once a year. He's pretty okay.
Cheesecake Factory? What?
He's happy. That guy loses?
Are we describing like middle class fancy shit right now? Hold on, I've like lost the thread.
Who is the anybody? Who is the anybody? It's the average day today. So when you're
Okay, you're describing like a common American moron is who we're describing here.
talking about the youth is one. But how about the 57-year-old guy that still needs 8 more years to work because he's relying on his 401k and his pension? And all of a sudden, that guy who makes $117,000, you're peaceful to society, no problem. He goes once a month and eats at Cheesecake Factory. Anniversary, he goes to Hawaii once a year. He's pretty okay. He's happy. That guy loses.
This is like a cartoon version of what he thinks the average person in America is doing. Like, it's I don't know, like a vacation to Hawaai.
Is it?
He's like
No,
so out of touch. I'm not saying that like working class people don't spend money on like vacations and shit or like go on cruises and stuff. But it's just so funny that this is the stuff that comes to mind when he's like trying to conjure up like a mental image for people of the American working class.
Very quickly will people say, look, I don't know what these guys are doing. They're becoming so rich. They don't even relate to me anymore. They forgot what it is to be a guy like me. I think I'm going to test out socialism for 1 year.
Yep.
If you think for a second AOC doesn't stand a chance in 2028, you're delusional. You're delusional.
Well,
nobody saw Bernie coming. Remember Bernie?
By the way,
nobody saw him coming.
No, but it's the difference, Tom. This is the part that people like. Okay, do you realize?
You see him on the
Like they're creating their own. They are digging their own graves. Capitalism literally digs its own grave diggers by concentrating wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer and fewer people. Because you know what happens when you do that? You create an even larger working class to have a grievance and be upset about the current like order of things. You radicalize people. That's why it's not good to have such stark wealth inequality and wealth concentration like this. And they're also surprised that socialism works. Hello, there's working class people everywhere. As long as you spread class consciousness, of course you can have fucking socialism. There's more of them. There's more of us than there are of them.
Same point.
Yeah. What did Rudy Giuliani run on in 2004?
Crime.
2004 crime, safety, security.
9/11. Hello, not even crime.
Rudy Giuliani. When did Rudy Giuliani run for president?
He cleaned up New York City.
Do you know why he didn't win?
Because it was too local?
No, do you know the things he talked about that he didn't win? You know why Rudy, when he ran, he ran a couple times or he ran one time, Rob?
It wasn't the main issue at that point.
No. What controversy caused Rudy Giuliani to not have a chance of winning in 08?
Oh, in 08.
A noun, a verb, and 9/11. That's what they're going to say. It's like the only thing that would come out of his fucking mouth because he couldn't articulate a vision forward for the country or for his party that didn't involve him patting himself on the back for happening to be in charge during 9/11.
What do you mean? What controversy?
He
the Great
ran
Recession.
for president.
Oh,
No, he ran for president, but there was a couple controversy that came out preventing from winning on 2008. What was it? The Bernard Kerik scandal. Yeah, we know that.
Okay.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, no, they fucking don't.
The misuse of security funds, contrasting Republican
Like people are not going to remember like the minutia of these contentious political races or whatever from like decades ago.
positions and a same-sex couple marriage. Okay, same-sex couple was one of them. You know when they asked Trump what do you think about gay marriage, you know what Trump's answer was?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
No, he said, well, that's already a law. You guys have already made a decision. Let's go to the next
Didn't
topic.
touch it. Yep.
Giuliani, his policies were 95% identical to Trump. He just ran 8 years too early. If Giuliani
Shit. Sorry.
doesn't run, he has a shot at, well, that's already a law. You guys have already made a decision. Let's go to the next
Didn't
topic.
touch it. Yep.
Giuliani.
Giuliani is one of those candidates that's like Ron DeSantis, where they're projected to be successful, you know, because they had some popular mandate in a state or municipal office, and then the more the public hears from them, the less they like them. That happened consistently with Ron DeSantis. The more exposure he got, the lower his favorability kept dropping and dropping and dropping. It was the same with Rudy Giuliani. The more he spoke, the less people liked it.
policies were 95% identical to Trump. He just ran 8 years too early. If Giuliani runs in 2016, say Trump doesn't run, he has a shot at winning. If he had the energy of 2008, what's the point? Bernie Sanders maybe 10 years ago wasn't popular, 20 years ago wasn't popular. 2028, don't be too arrogant to think and AOC doesn't stand a chance.
I have one number.
Listen, I'm still, you know where I'm at and who I'd like to see have that nomination. It's still too early to tell, but you're delusional if you don't count her as a real threat.
I hear you. I'll be real quick. In a weird way, when you say this and you continue to say this, Pat, it's making my blood boil.
Well,
I'm like, dude,
I just want to say,
are you kidding?
I'm glad it is.
And I get you.
People are not thinking that.
He's like, PBD, you're making me mad. And PBD, without missing a fucking beat, and in like kind of like a stone cold voice, is like, good, good.
I have to be super. I'm just like, oh, Pat, no, but you're saying that people are fools and people are
no, they're not.
And then people are
fools.
Well, victim culture, and then they'll buy.
I'm not saying people are fools. I'm not saying people are dumb. I just told you, what does a man need before he becomes dangerous? Give the man money, give him a family, give him a purpose, entertain him. He won't cause chaos. Take those things away from him.
They're literally talking about placating the masses. Like, it's not crazy to intimate that maybe you do have a lot of contempt for the average American and average working class person.
He's a menace.
But like, I know that to PBD, when he talks about these things, like, he's not going to see himself as being like paternalistic or rude or out of touch. So for Adam to clock that, he wants his like, of course he's fighting back as forcefully, because he was like, I'm not saying that these people are stupid, even though anybody with a discerning eye can hear this and think like it is really condescending to even frame it in this way. Like, what are the aspirations of the poor? What does it take to keep them satisfied? What fucking treats do we need to give them so they don't fucking riot?
To society. If for every 1% that a man is not providing for his wife and he has to lay next to his wife and he's not providing, for every 1% you're creating 1.6 million men who become menace to society. You can't afford to have
But you're saying that man who's upset is going to vote for AOC?
No, Adam, it's deeper. They're not voting for AOC. Number one, even me, I'm a diehard capitalist, right? Free market, I love it. I do see a shifting tide.
What capital do you have more on?
In the way things are going to be happening.
Like, what do you want to bet that this dude's a temporarily embarrassed capitalist and doesn't actually hold anything?
In the future, if there's a party in the future, regardless of left versus right, and you're talking about 1.6 million people per job per percent, that doesn't include their families who are affected by it. It doesn't include their friends who see it happening to them. It doesn't include the destabilization of the areas they live in where that's happening. So this affects far more than 1.6 million people per percent.
Sure.
I am a diehard capitalist, and I am worried about where this is going and what my future will look like and what my family's future will look like.
And so we all are.
Yeah. So the person,
but that doesn't mean you're going to vote for the socialist.
No, but it does mean that I will vote for the person who is speaking to me and providing me an option in a situation where I feel like maybe I don't have any. So even if, and you'll see, people will vote irrationally when they're in a situation that is unstable. You see it all the time. Like I said, I made that documentary on mass psychosis. People
streaming from the road. What's your new setup? I am in Texas, you guys.
Look for comfort in instability. They will side with whoever is offering it to them, even if it's irrational. And it's a very dangerous place for society to be. And that can allow people who you disagree with on 9 out of 10 topics to get your vote because you disagree on the 10th, because it's satiating that fear.
Have better candidates than AOC is what I'm getting.
You do, but not only have better candidates.
I'm saying on the right.
Have not just better candidates, because it's not about candidates. Look, what were the 2 or 3 events?
I mean, it is kind of about candidates, though. Bernie Sanders almost single-handedly helped advance the leftist cause in the United States, like so much more than any previous candidate had up until that point.
That caused you to go from being a never Trumper to voting for Trump? What were the issues? What were the issues that flipped you for the first time in your life ever to vote for a Republican president?
For me?
Yeah.
Wanting to grift and make money off this podcast with you fine people. If he says anything else, he's a fucking liar.
Reality.
No, it's not
it
reality.
was so many different
Specific.
issues.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Reality. PBD immediately be specific, dumbass.
It was the left is no longer the left. They are the far left, progressive, Islamist, Marxist.
Right.
They're not Democrats anymore. If Bill Clinton was running now, I'd be like, let's hear what you got to say, Bill. When AOC is running or Gavin's running, I'm like, no way.
Bill Clinton, part of the fucking Epstein class. Oh wait, he doesn't believe in the Epstein stuff. What am I saying? What am I saying? I'm rusty after a month.
By 2028, how many trillionaires will we have in America?
I don't even want to think about that, PBD. I don't even want to fucking think about it. One is already too many, but probably more than that.
2028?
How many trillionaires will we have in America?
Probably just Elon, maybe another one.
I think you're gonna have 3 to 5 trillionaires. I think Nvidia's on its way. I think you're gonna have 3 to 5 trillionaires by.
So billionaires are the new.
Disgusting, fucking despotic. He's probably not
millionaires
wrong.
and the billionaires and the millionaires.
The wealth disparity is becoming like so wide.
For the Mag 7.
Yeah,
for the guys who have built the best companies of all time in the history.
I'm sorry, Anthropic wasn't part of the Mag 7. Dario Modi is going to be one of the.
But where'd they get their money?
He's on his way.
Where'd they get their money? From the big boys upstairs.
We're mashing around here. I'm going to answer a question that Pat asked that I think we're all for.
And I want to move on to the next topic.
Yes, can I answer the question you asked?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said how many people? 2016. Trump became president because of 76,000 votes in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Okay, finally, somebody landed the plane on the point that they were trying to make there. Yes, there were margins within these swing states that went to Trump that ended up being decisive in the 2016 election, but he did not win the popular vote, not even close. Hillary Clinton did.
76,000. Take that 1.6 million people, the 1% unemployment, that's 4.5% of it.
Keep staying cocky. See what happens. Keep staying cocky.
Do you follow that? You only need 5% of that 1% unemployment to vote the other way.
Keep staying cocky and see what happens.
But what do you mean by cocky? And I know you want to move on, but what do you...
Keep thinking that this is not a real threat. Listen, people know where I'm at. This isn't about a message of where I'm going to vote.
Yeah.
This is not about a message of where 90% of conservatives are going to vote. This isn't about you.
Mm-hmm.
It's about what the 12% in the middle of the independent libertarian is going to flip to. You out of your mind? Like you don't... So if you stay this cocky... Rob, make a note on predictions that we make to come back and check on this. Can you make a note, Humberto? Make a file on your notes of predictions that I said this today. Let's bring this clip back up in 2028, October. I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. You know how many times I've talked to my guys, I got too cocky.
Adam looks like he rode a motorcycle there. No, Adam looks like he has a race car bed, but close.
What happened to them? How did this happen?
Adam would be the type to not wear a helmet on a motorcycle if he rode one. I'll give you that.
Play the clip of what I told you 2 years ago. Stop being so flippin' cocky. The Republican Party cannot be cocky right now. By the way, this is not Trump's problem. This isn't Trump's problem. Trump's going to come and do his things in 2 terms. Republicans have to think about this is post-Trump problem.
Mm-hmm.
Then what are you going to be doing? Sit on the sidelines and don't do anything about this and think it's going to be just a regular thing. Okay, so anyways, let's go to the next story. Next story I want to go to is, let's talk about the San Diego shooting. Okay, so tragic San Diego.
Okay, we're not going to be doing that. What we actually are going to be talking about is that if you're watching me on Twitch and you're not following me, why aren't you doing that? You should be following me. If you're watching me on YouTube, you should subscribe to me and like the stream. That way we can push it out to other people, which is really good for me. If you want to support me, the best way you can do that is by subscribing to me on Twitch or gifting subs throughout the chat if you're feeling generous. You can also super chat me on YouTube. I will read it out. Or donate to me via Streamlabs, because the tip link that is pinned in my YouTube description box, as well as my Twitch chat, only takes 3%, as opposed to YouTube super chats where they take like 30%, which is really fucking annoying. And since I'm only an affiliate, they take like half my revenue. But one day when I make partner, they won't fucking do that anymore. And I will make partner within the next few months, you guys, I swear. It's Topher94. Thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we go to the main course pretty? I mean, you guys, ask and you shall fucking receive. Hunter Biden, Candace Owens, man. I've been fucking tweaking all day waiting for this. I'm so excited. The clips that I've seen are not existing because I haven't actually seen any clips. I've only seen captions, but this is going to be fucking elite, I think. Whose idea was this? His publicist's? So this was 1 day ago. This has 1.3 million views. Candace X Hunter Biden, the interview. Hunter Biden joins me to discuss his struggles with addiction, the laptop controversy, his Catholic faith, the current political climate in America, and much more. So basically, former addict versus targeted individual. Who is going to win? I couldn't possibly even begin to tell you, but I'm leaning towards Candace getting the edge on our boy, even with his big dick and his crackhead energy. Okay. I think Candace is going to have the edge on this one.
Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
It's wonderful to be
People
here.
are just going to be like, how on earth did this happen?
I know.
I got to give them a bit of a backstory. So I went to dinner with a fellow podcaster, and we were just talking about interviews, because we don't do too many interviews on the show. And he first asked me what was the best interview I ever did. And I said, without question, the USS Liberty survivor, Phil Turney. And then he said, what would be your top interview that you'd want to do? And I said, oh gosh, we're in such a different time now. Like, I'm just not interested in politics. Like, it would have to be something so different. And then I said, actually, Hunter Biden. And I said to him, I watched your sit down with Andrew Callahan.
Yeah.
And it was kind of the most refreshing interview that I had seen in politics in a very long time, because we're so used to being gaslit about various things happening. Everyone's trying to hide stuff. And we read a lot about you. I guess we didn't really hear anything from you. So this was kind of the first time that I heard you in your own words, just totally owning your addiction issues, also going after Jake Tapper and George Clooney. And when we were kind of expecting the typical
him sitting this way is reminding me of the fucking discourse where everybody was getting on Gavin Newsom for sitting like too daintily because he crossed his legs. He is like a mirror image to her right now, like nervously patting his thigh while his legs are crossed. And they're sitting, this is like the world's smallest studio or something. They're sitting so close to one another.
Democrat, like, these are great guys. These guys are amazing. Jake Tapper should, win a Pulitzer. I don't know. And I would just, it wasn't what I was expecting, is what I would say. So, and then that person just sort of made this happen.
Yeah.
So I want to just sort of get into the Hunter Biden story. I will say to the audience right now, I have already made the pledge right when I got on the phone with you that, like, obviously I'm not going to make you say anything bad about your father, because that would just be completely demonic to be like, say something terrible about your father. Everyone knows my opinions, my political perspectives. They're already out there. He is your dad. So that is separate from my viewpoints.
Because there's no way I possibly could.
Yeah, of course. I totally get that. But there's a lot to be said about you, and a lot that I guess hasn't been said about your journey. And I guess I want to start with just one question for the culture. The cocaine that was found at the...
For the culture, baby. Let's get into it. The fucking cocaine. The cocaine question.
Was it yours?
No, not only was it not mine. Number one is thank you for having me here. And one of the reasons is to be able to answer these questions. The one thing I am, after 6 years of this, I've been sober since June 1st of 2019, clean and sober. Verifiably so, by the way, and verifiably so by the Bureau of Probation, in which I was drug tested randomly for over the course of 2 years while I went through my trials and things like that. But beyond that is that, directly to your question, I wasn't even there. Not only there, but people have to understand is where that cocaine was found was, the visitor's entrance underneath the
Is this going to be yet another fluff interview? Because I watched that All Gas or like the Channel 5 interview with him, and it is a lot of like, letting him kind of self-mythologize because they don't learn enough about these people to do any sort of like pushback. So he gets to spin a narrative, and it's going to be uncritically accepted.
That is where visitors come in and they come over from the old executive office building.
Hunter is honestly a very positive example, can be for a lot of people. I agree with respect to his addiction recovery. I don't agree with respect to like the way that he frames like the sort of like legal controversies that he ran into and his like issues with tax fraud and stuff like that. Not fraud, but like lack of paying taxes.
Have to go to the Oval or go to the chief of staff's office or to the offices in the West Wing, and it was found in a cubby in right outside of the Situation Room. And it's like no possibility, not even remotely, beyond the fact that I wasn't even there. I mean, I spent probably, over the course of 4 years.
Why would I be at the Situation Room, you guys?
Maybe.
Like, if it wasn't yours, then was it Biden's or like the other, Joe Biden's or what?
25 days at the White House, like 25 nights, 30, if I'm being fair. And so it's just it was an easy, I'm an easy target, and understandably so.
Right.
I mean, I've been, I think, probably the most famous addict and famous person, through the grace of God, in recovery for 7 years, but or close to 7 years, June 1st. So
yeah, I definitely thought you were.
Does he mean then the last few years? Because no, you aren't, dude. Charlie Sheen was like a more notable addict, easily, than Hunter Biden. He's been like maybe the largest political figure, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me to say that. Lars Zizabi, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it.
Were on drugs while your father was in the White House. I don't know, but I think it might have just also been the timing of the laptop coming out, and then people just assuming that you were still on drugs. I don't know. That might have been why in our heads we thought that.
I think that it was that they purposely conflated.
People made whole skits over Charlie Sheen. Like I could think of so many more. Lindsay Lohan's addiction was more closely followed, and Britney Spears, her addiction was more closely followed than Hunter Biden's. He's overstating the extent to which he was really relevant.
I wrote a book, which came out in April of 2021, in which I did something that very few people, I think, ever in that are kind of similarly situated to me do, in which I was 100% frank about the fact that not only was I an addict, not only was I alcoholic, I don't really see the distinction between the two. One, they're both drugs, but I was a crack addict. I was a degenerate crack addict. I mean, I've heard you call me a crackhead many times, and the truth of the matter is, I was a crackhead.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah. And And I say that
he's far less unhinged than her, even on drugs. Yeah, but that's like a low bar to clear. Candace is in a league of her own.
not to shock people because it's really shocking. Crack cocaine carries such a stigma to it to begin with, but I say it because I think that there are so many people. I don't think.
Talk about how good that shit feels, Hunter.
No, there are so many people. I think that there's, at any given time, 30 million Americans that are either in active addiction or in recovery. There's not a single person that I know that hasn't been impacted by addiction at some level, in some form, personally, or with someone that is 1 degree of separation from them that they love. No one that I know.
Least of all me.
Yeah, and part of
Wait, what does that mean? Does Candace Owens have some like notable personal anecdote or story about somebody struggling with like addiction in her family? Like, I don't know all the Candy lore, so somebody can catch me
one
up.
of the reasons I'm here, the stories that you tell about that in terms of
My family.
your family, and there is where the common ground is for me. I can 100% say this is that a friend of mine gave me this quote.
Sometimes the way that he stumbles over his words, his verbal agility, and his vernacular, it's just so similar to Joe Biden's. It's like watching Joe Biden as like not a kid, but just like young. As if he like did the thing in The Substance and then his like other person like aged,
About 2 years ago. And it's become.
And get her highlights. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. Weird observation, but check the legs. Candy is not skipping leg day either. Hunter obviously is. I mean, that was the first thing that I looked at pulling this up. It's very, very clear that she's frame-mogging him. All we have to do is see the difference here between Candace's legs. Very, very, again, tight, like clean angles. Hunter's over here. Again, the nervous padding is because he knows that he can't, like, he's getting frame-mogged right now. It's like undeniable.
Come my mantra. It's Mother Teresa. It was attributed to Mother Teresa. Is if you want to change the world, go home and love your family. That's my everything now. And part of that is not just the family that you have by blood and birth, but also the community that you're inextricably tied to. And that community for me is the recovery community, and it's people that are still sick and suffering from addiction. And so the biggest reason that I wanted to come talk to you, beyond the fact, and this is not me blowing smoke, I think that regardless of whether I agree with you, that you're probably the most effective communicator I've ever heard.
Thank you.
Behind a microphone.
Is he gearing up for a 2028 run? Because why else would he come onto this platform and try to reach this conservative audience were it not to try to have this sort of universal charismatic appeal?
And it
could just be reputation rehabilitation. What are the comments? Like, what's the reactions to this? Best remark from Hunter. If anything ever happened to me, I want you as a friend. Respect to Candace for not bringing his father into this. It's a Daily Wire move, not a Daily Wire move at all. Hunter showed more emotion in an hour and a half talking about crack than Erica has in 8 months. Truly a masterpiece of an interview. Well done. They can't compliment this without it just being snark towards Erica.
Really drove me
That was not where I thought that was going.
crazy at times. It really.
That comment had like 6,000 likes.
It made me mad. Yeah. But is it? I wanted to talk to you about those things and anything else you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm most interested in the addiction story, and I was saying to you before we started rolling that this was sort of something that I noticed when I would cover various topics, whether it was pornography, drugs on my show, drinking, how many men would write and say they were suffering with various things, and yet they don't often speak about like how they're quietly suffering, whether it's with addiction to pornography, addiction to drugs, and I don't think there are enough conversations about it.
Porn addiction is not real.
So when I watched that interview of you just laying it out there, something that most people try to hide or they're shameful of, I was like, they're actually just
like, sorry, it's not in the DSM-5. There's not the clinical evidence for this actually being an addiction in the way that she's trying to suggest or conjure up when you hear pornography addiction. The only type of behavioral addiction that even begins to mirror that of like a substance addiction is classified as such, and it's a gambling addiction. There's no such thing as a pornography addiction. That is just gooners that don't have enough fucking self-control.
Needs to be more dialogue about it. I grew up with tons of addicts in my family. I have people in my family who are still addicted. And I think there is a natural anger that people have when they for some reason believe, and I think this was part of the anger that that I had it toward you before I heard you speak about your addiction, is that you sort of think when somebody has money and political connections that somehow removes them from going through these sorts of barriers in life. So when I grew up, it's like, okay, like you have uncles, whatever, that are addicted to crack. You have cousins that are doing crack, whatever it is, or experimenting with meth and drugs and those things. And then you see someone that has a life of privilege, and for some reason in your mind, you wrongly go, okay, that can't happen. And it did happen. And I'd like to hear like how you got addicted. Like what was actually the story, your path toward addiction?
Yeah. So thank you for letting me talk about that, or asking me about it. And I really mean it. It's one of the things that traps people. I can only speak about myself, but I think that people that are in that are addicts or that are in recovery, also you find out really fast.
Hybrid Heathen, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Really appreciate it. Got to run W stream. Have fun, y'all. We definitely will, because this is like almost 2-hour interview.
Is that you're not as terminally unique as you think you are. Is that and one of the things that that is really important about addicts talking to each other and talking about it is that realization. Because one of the things that traps you in your addiction is shame. Mm. And you like me are Catholic, and we have learned that guilt is an appropriate emotion. Guilt is an appropriate response to something when you've done something wrong, and you're supposed to atone for it, and you're supposed to seek forgiveness, whether the forgiveness comes from an individual or not. That's the lesson, is that it is in only through seeking that forgiveness can you release yourself from that guilt. That's appropriate. Shame is not. Shame is just absolutely corrosive. Shame is you telling yourself that you're not worthy, that you're never going to be worthy, that the things that you've done, you can never be redeemed.
It's uncanny how much he sounds like his dad. I'm not going to get over it for the entire 2-hour interview.
And I've done horrible things in my addiction in terms of what I did in terms of my relationships and decisions that
Wait, if you believe in gambling addiction, how much of that, how is that much of a stretch to porn addiction? It seems like both are compulsive behaviors. One, it's never good to try to make empirical observations or hypotheses based off of intuition alone, or by reaching to something that seems similar, because there's lots of things in truth, like facts about this world that are completely counterintuitive and unintuitive entirely. But for two, the difference is the body of evidence that we have supporting that gambling addiction is a real phenomenon that manifests within people and creates compulsive, uncontrollable tendencies and behaviors that people can't manage without medical or therapeutic intervention. And there's just not that body of evidence to support that addiction to pornography or adult content is present at this time. It could come about at some point, but I've not seen or interfaced with any literature that has been able to replicate the sort of findings that we have with gambling and how that ends up mirroring substance abuse and addiction to alcohol, for example. In the same way that people who are these like talking about like pornography and stuff like that they make these claims, but there's not the evidence there to back it up.
That I made, and more than anything, is just removing myself.
Yes, I also think, he does look like John Malkovich.
From being present for the people that love me. And what happened to me, and I really mean this, is that the exposure, not piecemeal, but the total exposure, my entire digital footprint stolen from me, a 20-year digital footprint. Every text message, every picture.
Will he say it? He kept saying it on the other interview where he was like, everyone has a laptop, which is like total projection. Whom amongst us doesn't have a laptop with 20 gigabytes of pornography and like fucking hookers and doing crack?
All of the things that you would be ashamed of became front page news for 4 years, 5 years, beginning in 2019. And
the Biden crime family. I mean, front page news for like the New York Post, right?
Forced me into a choice. And the choice was, do I get out of bed and live, or do I die? And it became that much of a dichotomy. And I chose to live. And it wasn't easy. And maintaining sobriety in that kind of like a pressure cooker is often the thing that triggers you. But something broke in me in a good way, which was that I no longer have any fear. I like, sitting down with you is, to me, an opportunity for you to see me as a human being and not, Hunter Biden laptop.
Yeah.
And the pictures that Congressman Green like put up in Congress, or the New York Post. I think I was on the cover of the New York Post in one year more than anybody in the history of the paper, and none of it was good. None of it was good. And but what it's given me is the opportunity to own it all, is to own all of my story without shame or fear, realizing that I have a community of people out there that I want to be of service to. I really mean that, and so part of it is by me being able to be honest about it. We were just talking before we started this. Is the hardest thing for any addict to do is not only get honest with the people that they love, but to get honest with themselves. And until they can really see themselves for who they are, all of it, and decide to love themselves, then the cycle is just going to continue.
Candy for president, Hunter for Bibi 2028. I'd support that ticket in a heartbeat.
Just, at least in my experience, that's the truth.
I think one of the things...
Did I even answer your question?
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the first time that you got introduced to it.
What was the question? I lost the plot. I mean, I'm here for this kind of stream of consciousness answer because it's really hard to tell these stories in a very linear fashion because addiction is very muddled and you kind of have different revelations at different points of it. Like there's a perspective that you have like before you ever experience rehab and then post rehab, then trying to tap back into that mentality can be difficult. So I actually do kind of like this like more free flowing back and forth conversation that they'll have about it.
Because that's interesting.
Oh, I know. I went into all the good stuff.
Actually, start with that. Like, how did you actually get introduced? First off, describe for people who don't know the difference between cocaine and crack, because crack is a lot more addictive.
Okay, y'all take some fucking notes. This is gonna be like Oppenheimer describing how to construct a nuclear bomb. Okay, you like let the master fucking work. Hunter Biden is about to explain the difference between crack cocaine and like powder cocaine.
Yeah.
And so, just what is the difference?
I know I got a lot of heat for.
No, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
it was fantastic. I was like, well, he's actually very educated on this, and
well, it's important.
Yeah,
to
he's an expert.
Make the distinction that there's this idea that there's this kind of a secret kind of special enhancement to powder cocaine that makes it into crack, and you have to have some technical degree in order to be able to.
What's the point of this vulnerability again? I have to assume clout, money, image rehabilitation, like it was in the shitter years ago.
To do that, and let's start all the way at the beginning. I think that I'm genetically predisposed to be an alcoholic. I do believe that there is a genetic piece of it. I do believe that my brain works differently as an addict in terms of the way in which my synapses fire once they're introduced to the dopamine hit and the serotonin increase that occurs because of an introduction of a substance. I believe that that I became acclimated and physiologically dependent upon that when I started to drink in earnest when I was in college, in which you can control. And I made it through Georgetown, and I went to Jesuit Volunteer Corps for a year, and it's kind of like domestic peace. Well, the JBC. Yeah. I was JBC for a year after college, and then I went to Yale Law School. Was married, had my oldest daughter when I was a first year law student, and made it through all of that, and made it through my first years of employment, drinking probably more than everybody than most people do, but completely functional. And one day I woke up when I was 33 years old to my brother calling me and saying, "This has got to stop. Like, you got to stop." And what he meant is that like a whole weekend was missing, kind of, and I said okay, and he drove me to the airport, and he put me on a plane in New York, and I flew to.
Aaron, you got to check your cynicism. I just have to why? I mean, yes, it is possible for people to have competing motivations. It's possible for him to be genuine and for all of the things that he's saying to be true. It is also possible for him to keep it there is no divorcing it from the context in which it's being presented. And he's on a very large platform with a notable anti-Semite right-wing woman where she's really not going. It's understood that this is basically going to be a casual interview. She's not going to be confrontational. He has a lot of leeway to sort of spin whatever story or narrative he wants to. And I don't think it's crazy to think that this man is probably going to take advantage of that, given how again, the reputation that he's trying to rehabilitate here.
To a place that was started by Eric Clapton called
And it's not to say that there can't be, again, insight gained from his experience, his past experiences as an addict. It is interesting to watch. I did enjoy the one on Channel 5. And I don't really have, like, I expect him to do that. I just also expect the people giving these interviews to do more research and to be able to ask more difficult questions and just the sort of like, because this is not a difficult question at all. They're going to the most salacious ones, but he's obviously, he knows that he's going to be asked about this. He's prepared to talk about being in the throes of his addiction and what that was like. And a harder question would be something unrelated to that, honestly, talking about like what are his feelings on particular like policy positions, or like pressing him instead of uncritically accepting why they think he came on this platform.
Crossroads in Antigua. And I went to rehab, and I came out, and I went directly when I came out. My brother picked me up from the airport, drove me to an AA meeting, walked in with me, DuPont Circle in D.C. I met my sponsor at that first meeting that I ever went to, and I stayed clean and sober for about 7 years, and then I relapsed, and it was such a mundane, stupid story. I was on a plane by myself. Everything was okay. Things were looking up. It was, normal life pressures, but it was all good. And that's the real insidious thing about addiction and alcoholism. It never goes away necessarily. There's always the answer that is being presented to you by the thing that you trust the most, which is your brain. And what it says is, if you don't want to feel this way, whatever the way is, or if you want to feel this way even more, I have the answer for you. And I was on a plane by myself, and I had a drink. And that drink in 2010, 7 years almost of sobriety, started a cycle of relapse.
Like, an interesting follow-up question here for Candace to ask would be like, what was it about this particular trip that made you decide to pick up that, like, to actually have that drink? Was it something was there a particular thing irritating you that day? Like, actually press for more vulnerability than what he's offering up, because that is already the sort of like baked in, you can assume this like safe vulnerability that he's tapping into. But because it touches on such taboo subjects, we kind of take for granted that he has, like, there's really nothing that he's saying here that he hasn't already in some way, shape, or form, like, either committed to paper, because he has a book, as far as I know, like an autobiography talking about this, or hasn't already sort of like workshopped through.
And recovery and relapse and recovery, in which it was really hard for me to be honest with the people that love me, because I just wanted to hide it. I just wanted it to go away. And I thought, okay, I'll get through this cycle, and I'll sleep it off this weekend, and that's it. I'm done. And that would last a week, and then it would last 3 months, and then I went back to rehab, and then it became then I came back, and I started. I mean, you talk about this all the time, which I love that you do. It was big pharma. You know what I mean? I had shingles, and so somebody prescribed me like 52 oxycodone, like, I mean, ridiculous. And I started that, and then I started drinking again, and the prescription ran out. And
like, asking about like these physicians or whatever, like his thoughts about, I don't expect Candace to, like, there is a lot of power in just letting the subject that you're interviewing just speak. I'm saying this is somebody who, like, I don't have a journalism background, or I'm just like a layman, and just like what I know is interesting for me to watch. But asking him, like, okay, given that you spent a significant amount of time as an addict yourself, and then in environments where you were surrounded by other addicts, how is it that you guys were, like, without giving people a roadmap to this, sort of explaining and bridging the gap between people's understanding of the opioid crisis and like how it manifests within each individual, and how people are put on this pathway, and like the relationship that it has to like their own physicians and pharmaceuticals, and how this is impacting a lot of like white people and suburban people? He's talking about doctors that were giving him oxy and stuff like this. Like, did you seek this doctor out? Was this a respected physician in your area? Like, how do you even end up in the care of somebody that's doing this and they don't have their license suspended? And are they particularly wealthy, or are they just some like small town doctor? Is that how you got a hold of this? Like, really getting into like the sort of logistical nuances that I feel like are entirely glossed over, because they want to talk about the sort of gory details about, like, again, being in the throes of the addiction. But like, everybody kind of knows about that. Like, those sorts of experiences don't vary too much from addict to addict. If you've heard one addict's experience with like, oh my God, like, you take a drug that feels better than anything else, literally just has all these horrible side effects and it tears you apart from your family, it's pretty much how all addict stories are. I think there's more interesting angles to explore than what he's sort of recapitulating here.
And the cycle just started to happen. And but when my brother died,
Yeah, why isn't Candace being more of a therapist? Bass Eddie in YouTube chat, you're asking me that derisively, but unironically correct. Yeah, if you're actually pushing for this raw, real, vulnerable interview, you would be asking these sorts of questions that come off as intrusive were it anybody else that you're like, who is willingly subjecting themselves to this.
it all fell apart. Bo and I were, and like, I don't purport that our relationship was unique or that his loss was greater than my loss of him was greater than anybody else's loss of their brother or someone that they deeply loved. But when my mom and sister and my Bo and I were in that car accident in 1972, and we survived, it was the two of us every day. We're a year and a day apart. We talked every day. I mean, except when he was in Iraq, I literally probably talked to my brother every day. And
LOL caught me. Yeah, Bass Eddie, because it's the most obvious fucking thing that you were getting at. I mean, you tell me if you actually think that what I was suggesting is really that much more intrusive than, so what's it like being on crack? That's just an equally as intrusive question. It's just so common that like it doesn't even register as such, but it still would be. I would never, if I interacted with somebody who I knew was an addict, I would never feel comfortable asking them, can you describe like the experience of being addicted, unless I knew that they were comfortable talking about that.
And when Bo died, my marriage fell apart after 22 years. By the way, for reasons that marriages fall apart, you know, but I take a lot of responsibility for it. And it just started a really, really dark cycle. In the past, when I would have these relapses, there was always someone in such proximity to me that they would like, you know, I couldn't escape. In this instance, Bo was gone. Right after Bo died.
Yeah, I never noticed how much journalists and therapists have in common. A claim that literally nobody made, and you still haven't told me what your alternative is to actually have this be a more critical interview without it hinging upon information that's only revealed within this, something that she could have prepared for beforehand.
I ended up separated from my wife like within the month.
Reminder: this man had sex with his brother's widow. Oh, I'm sure he will bring that up. It's actually not that crazy once he explains like the logic behind it. It's very easy, understandable.
Dad, for the first time in my life, who was my rock, was stuck in his own grief, like deep grief. And I just went down into a hole. And I checked myself into a rehab that year and came out and stayed sober for a while and then relapsed and then went into an outpatient program in DC where I went 4 hours every day for, from 8 to 2 or 6 hours every day, stay sober. And then I relapsed and I came back and they said, well, you have to, I admitted to them that I relapsed. And in this instance, I also used cocaine. And they said, well, you have to take a drug test. And I said, I'm not going to take a drug test. I'm not going to put something on, it's because it's not protected by HIPAA in a rehab scenario, which is crazy, right?
Wait, yeah. What? Is that true?
And they said, well, you have to take a drug test. And I said, I'm not going to take a drug test. I'm not going to put something on, it's because it's not protected by HIPAA in a rehab scenario, which is crazy, right? Yeah. Anyway, long story short, they said, you can't come back in unless you take the drug test. And I said, well, I'm not taking the drug test. I'm going through a divorce. It's not protected by HIPAA. It will become public. I don't want to do this to my family. I'm telling you, I use cocaine.
That's fucking insane.
And I drank. Is that not good enough to come back? And they said no. For whatever reason, and I'm not blaming them. This is not their fault. I walked out and I knew Lincoln Park was a kind of open air drug market. I saw a woman that was kind of famous in the area since I had been in college, literally for 20 years, that I would see in the streets around, DC in that area where I would work for a long time. And I went up to her and I said, can I get some crack?
Wow.
And I think it was basically, I said, can you help me commit to?
What an interaction. Can I get some crack? And then you can just hear Candace off screen. Whoa.
And I said, can I get some crack?
Wow.
And I think it was basically, I said, can you help me commit suicide? I mean, I don't think, I know that now in looking back, it was the coward's way. And I really mean that. I was a coward. I didn't go and just do it. I said, let me do it this way. really, really, really drag everybody down with me along the way. Let me figure out the way not only to kill myself, but to maybe kill my dad, really hurt my family, particularly my 3 daughters who adore me and I adore, just the fact.
Does that include Navy Biden, the illegitimate fucking daughter that he denied he had with a stripper?
And I smoke crack. And the difference between crack cocaine and powder cocaine is this. And I really, truly do not want to give a roadmap for people to be able to do this, because I swear to God, it'll kill you. But it's sodium bicarbonate, which is baking soda, water, heat. That's it. That's all. That is the entire.
I don't care if I'm the only one here at 100% with Hunter. I'm good. I'm going to stand on that hill forever. It's probably good to have some Hunter defenders in chat. We want there to be some tension. So if it's everybody being yeah, fuck this guy, don't believe a word that he says, it's boring, just turns into a circle jerk.
Higher difference of it, which allows it to be ingested through smoking. And the combination of those things makes it so that it affects your physiology much faster than it would be if you just use powder cocaine through your nose or in any other form other than intravenously. And it also allows you to ingest more faster than you could possibly ever ingest by sniffing cocaine up your nose. The combination of that, the combination of combustion, ritual, and the ritual meaning the way in which you have to, I can still feel my hands doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Is, becomes this ritualistic thing with the combination of combustion, which is, and you learn, if you really study things about addiction, is these kind of key components of oral fixation and things like that. It just becomes the most ungodly addiction that you can possibly imagine, to the point where I was smoking crack. Literally, I was either looking for or smoking or recovering, not even recovering. You don't recover. You just go find more. For close to a 2-year period of time.
Wow.
And it took me to places, I wrote all about it. And I got made fun of about it. And, people think that...
Did he ever? It's actually hard to imagine now, because there's more people that are sympathetic and open to Hunter Biden's story for whatever reason that is. I wouldn't even be surprised if in large part it's influenced by how vociferously the Republican establishment went after him when it was clear they just did not have the smoking gun for this guy that they thought that they were going to have. Or even if they did, would you be able to compel the American public to care that much? Because it wasn't Joe Biden himself, it's his son. Somebody who's not a public servant, he's public facing, but he himself is not in some sort of leadership role. But he used to, when you look at the comments section, I remember this, hold on. If I go to Kyle Kulinski, Hunter Biden, I wonder if face plants in interview, maybe he wouldn't say that. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. It's important to hear a rich white guy talk about how much worse crack is, and remember that that's what was pushed in black neighborhoods. That is one thing that you could take away from this, sure. Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Let me see. Yeah, Hunter Biden faceplants an interview. I'll never forget this. So he's telling the same things here. Okay, this was 5 years ago, April 5th, 2021, 97,000 views. Kyle Kulinski covering Hunter Biden talking about the throes of addiction. And it'd be interesting to see how much his tune has personally changed, but just listen to the way, the sort of contempt and discuss that, I remember Kyle having for him in light of this interview. Hunter Biden did not look very good. And you'll see it really in the comment section as well.
So Hunter Biden broke his silence. I think he broke his silence. I don't know. Maybe he's done a few interviews before this. I don't really keep up to date on what Hunter Biden is doing every day. But here he is.
You don't? But he's the most notorious addict that there ever was.
Just gave an interview. Now, he's going to talk about pretty much everything. He's going to talk about his personal life, his struggles with addiction. He's going to get into the sketchy jobs that he took, his father. So let's take a look, and then I'm going to respond.
You would wake up some mornings, I shouldn't even say some mornings because you slept for 15 minutes at a time, and be looking for crack and just smoke whatever was there?
Yeah, I spent more time on my hands and knees picking through rugs, smoking anything that even remotely resembled crack cocaine. I probably smoked more Parmesan cheese than anyone that you know, I'm sure, Tracy.
Because there'd be crumbs mixed in? And
I went one time for 13 days without sleeping. and smoking crack and drinking vodka.
That is absolutely not fucking true. He just doesn't remember it. The longest a human has ever been recorded to not sleep was 11 days. Now it's completely illegal to see how far that can be stretched because it's so dangerous to do sleep deprivation studies. But 11 days, and they were nearly on the verge of death. There's literally no shot that he was awake for 13 days straight.
Vodka exclusively throughout that entire time.
Hunter Biden's struggle with his personal demons is a big part of his new book, from an imprint of Simon & Schuster, a Viacom CBS company. The title, Beautiful Things, is a phrase he and his brother shared to remind each other of the good in life.
It was the last thing he said to me.
Was?
Beautiful things. And I held his hand, and he took his last breath.
Beau's death shook the entire Biden family, but the way Hunter dealt with his grief made headlines when he began dating his brother's widow. After Beau died, you started a romantic relationship with Hallie, his widow.
Yep.
When the news of that broke, how did people look at you?
I think people were confused by it, and I understand that. I mean, I really do. To me, it's not something that is difficult to explain because it came out of a real overwhelming grief that we both shared. And we were together and trying to do the right thing. And that
yep is crazy. This guy, holy. Listen. Okay, actually, it does. There is a logic to it, even if it's very difficult to sort of. It's a very particular set of circumstances that he finds himself in because he's like a Nepo baby and his father is this very famous public servant. Then his brother was like, not like a war hero or anything like that, but like clearly he like lived in the shadow of him, the more revered Biden, son. And talking about like the reason that drove him to even begin this affair.
Grief turned into a hope for a love that maybe could replace what we lost. And it didn't work. It didn't work.
I mean, you said you lost clients over this, you lost business over this.
Yeah,
you had to step down from the World Food Program.
Yeah. Well, I made a lot of.
And I had to join the Burisma board where. No, I'm kidding.
Decisions that I probably shouldn't have made. There was a lot more compassion.
Crackhead logic. I'd like to say it's sort of like, an addictive tendency. It's definitely addict behavior to think that in light of something, something like that there's something good that's going to come of taking up with your, deceased brother's widow. Probably not going to work out, right?
And understanding for the people that knew me. But it was a horrible time, too.
And then there's this. In 2014, the younger Biden took a job on the board of a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma Holdings, at a time when his father, who was then vice president, had an active role in U.S. policy toward Ukraine. It raised eyebrows at the time, but by the 2020 elections, Hunter Biden was the center of a political firestorm.
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. It wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use, and he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow, and various other places.
True.
Looking back, did you make a mistake taking a spot on that board?
No, I don't think I made a mistake.
And honestly, looking back at this, I could definitely be projecting, and maybe I'm out of touch with where most people's assessment of that will be. But I don't think people's children's decisions, especially as like grown adults, are a reflection of them and like, the person in front of you. That's like their kids. So it just looks like a cheap shot for Trump to be invoking, this sort of familial trauma and making Biden answer for it, for one. For two, you're only going to make him look sympathetic because Trump absolutely does not recall the details of it. And there's like, I remember Biden took the first opportunity to be like, you mean Beau? You're talking about Beau, the one who died? Yeah. Like, you're just helping him like do a layup to come off as like a sympathetic, like humanized American politician. So I thought it was a low blow, and I didn't think that was even going to land the way that it is. The only time you can go after kids, and even this is going to be like a really low blow for most people, is if they're still in your care. And there's a way that you can frame, the mistakes of a minor as somehow indicative of poor parenting, but you're not going to be able to do that without indicting a child, which people will usually find crass.
And taking a spot on the board. I think I made a mistake in terms of underestimating the way in which it would be used against me. And
but you must have seen the optics. Even back then, you must have, how could you not have foreseen that this was going to look bad?
Because I really didn't. I'm being as honest with you as I possibly can. All I know is that not one investigative body, not one serious journalist has ever come to the conclusion that I did anything wrong or that my father did anything wrong.
But the rumors lived on. In October 2020, a New York Post article said that emails purportedly showing shady dealings in Ukraine by Hunter Biden were found on a laptop computer that he supposedly left in a Delaware repair shop in 2019. The details were sketchy at best. And last month, a declassified intelligence report said that before the election, the Russians had launched a smear campaign against Joe Biden and his family. It does not specifically talk about your laptop.
Yeah.
Was that your laptop?
For real, I don't know.
I know, but you know that this
I
is
really don't know.
Okay.
The answer is.
You
That's
don't
the
know
truthful
yes or
answer.
no if the laptop
I don't have
was
any
yours.
idea. I have no idea.
So it
whether
could
or
have
not.
been yours.
Of course, certainly. There could be a laptop out there that was stolen from me. There could be that I was hacked. It could be that it was Russian intelligence. It could be that it was stolen from me.
And you didn't drop off a laptop to be repaired?
To just casually be like, could have been Russia.
No,
in Delaware?
not
No.
that I remember at all. So, we'll see.
There's a lot to say about this. So there's a lot of things we have to kind of separate out and break down here.
Dude, Kyle uploaded a lot of that interview. Holy fuck, we're barely getting to the transformation part.
First, let's start with the early parts of the clip. This is him talking about his personal struggles, issues with addiction, and, you know, it is kind of gross because people on the right are conflating the latter part of that clip with the earlier part of that clip. The whole thing, I mean, the fact that he's admitting that I would be on my hands and knees all day trying to find crack rocks in the rug to smoke because I was that addicted, or, you know, he basically went 13 days without sleeping or just getting little winks of sleep, and he was smoking crack and drinking vodka the entire time. That's nothing to attack him over, you know? That's a dude who's severely addicted to something and really needs help. And when I hear that, I think he's actually being remarkably honest about how terrible he was and the dark place he was in. And even the thing about, like, he got with his brother's widow, that definitely is sketchy and eyebrow raising. I'm like, you did what? But he does say there, and I sort of believe him, that the widow and he were both in extreme pain over the exact same thing, losing Bo. And so that ended up coming out of that, where they felt like they could rely on each other, confide in each other, and so they ended up getting together. He said it didn't really work out. They couldn't fill the Bo void in their lives.
American political discourse, man. This is insane. It's like such tabloid shit for there to have had to, like, for this topic and this particular man's story to have demanded this much media attention and commentary.
But, you know, I get why people would judge him over that, but after hearing his description of it, I'm not even going to hold that against him. Because, listen, personal lives are messy. You know, everybody's done something that they look back on and they might cringe a little bit or whatever. Probably nothing to this extent. This is kind of extreme what he did, but even that, whatever the personal life stuff is, just put it aside. Put it aside. Because that's not the heart of the story. And many people on the right are using that as the heart of the story. It's just not the heart of the story. And if you're conflating those things, you're doing yourself no favors. From there, everything he said is complete trash. So he says, oh, I didn't make a mistake taking a spot on the Ukrainian.
Wasn't he blonde, or is this the wrong Kyle? No, he used to be brunette. He's not naturally a platinum ice blonde. I know that might have been the impression that you got, but that's a recent thing.
Energy board. See, it's stuff like that that just makes everybody roll their eyes and makes everybody sick to their stomach. Because this is the way Washington functions. The way Washington functions is this open, disgusting, pay-to-play corruption and bribery. And
ooh, he's into the Burisma memes. He's cooking.
Hunter, doesn't matter how many times you say things like, not one serious journalist said I or my father did anything wrong. Doesn't matter how many times you say that. You're not going to get past people's common sense here. You don't know anything about energy. You don't know anything about Ukraine. But when your father's in charge of Ukraine policy, you get sent to sit on a board and make hundreds of thousands of dollars for doing Dickie McGee's acts. Who are you kidding, dog? Who are you kidding? They were attempting to pay for access to your father to get favorable treatment. Now, he could say, okay, that's what they were trying to get, but they didn't get it. You know, they didn't get anything favorable from my father, so didn't work. You could make that argument if you wanted to, but he doesn't. He tries to nip it all in the bud and say, nope, there's nothing even weird going on here. There's nothing even, I didn't even make a mistake sitting on that.
And honestly, this is kind of my analysis. It's not necessarily one-to-one with the Burisma shit. It's more so that this is the way that Hunter Biden will sort of launder in, like, image rehab into his story, because he's touching on, like, the most vulnerable parts that if you have any ounce of empathy or a heart for this guy, or can relate because you personally have been affected by addiction yourself, or you know of somebody who struggled with it, you can almost miss the sort of rhetorical sleight of hand that happens where Hunter Biden starts, like, stops explaining and starts sort of excusing things that or recontextualizing things in a way that distorts. And that, like he did that, like, flawlessly with the Burisma thing, right? But look at this. This is like a liberal progressive audience from Kyle, right? Imagine working your entire life to have a career in the White House. You get fired for smoking weed 5 years ago, and the president's son admits to smoking crack in an interview. Laughing emoji. This has 1.2 thousand likes. Meanwhile, at the White House, no weed allowed, you guys. 786 likes. Why on earth would he do an interview? Do him and Prince Andrew have the same PR manager? 1.1K. Like, this sort of, like, yeah, go out there and be rough and vulnerable and show people all your, like, dark and twisty edges. Like, the public was not having it. It's, like, again, kind of hard to believe that he is at the point that he is today. with his public image and people being receptive to hearing him talk about this and like being like open and vulnerable about the throes of addiction, when they had nothing but contempt for him at the time that he was really embroiled in the height of the political controversy that Trump and Republicans had like thrust him into. Let he who hasn't accidentally snorted Parmesan cheese at least once cast the first crack rock. Okay, we're done here. You get the point.
When I wrote my book, like, clawing through the carpet to find crack cocaine and, Parmesan cheese and I know it's a real laugh line, but anybody that's ever been an addict like that, they don't laugh about it. It's devastating. Think that you were that person. You can see yourself doing it. Just devastating. And so what happens in addiction so often is people not only, they can't admit that. They can't even admit it to themselves. They just block it out. They go, they get 30 days clean. They come out, they go back into the same exact situation that they were in before. And they think, I'm just not going to do it again. I'm just going to stay, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. And what will come up is that they'll wake up in the morning and they'll remember that time in the motel with the prostitute that brought you the drugs and that just stole your wallet and all your drugs and everything. And you were clawing through carpet to see if there was anything there. And you smoke whatever white that you found on the ground. Like, it's the shame. Is thinking of yourself like that, regardless of who you are, regardless of where you came from.
I think the thing that makes him more endearing and humanizing in this one is talking about the sort of negative feelings that he had. He was obviously at a point in the other interview of acceptance, and almost he can like laugh at the absurdity of it, but not make light of it. But I don't know that lands that way to an audience that's unfamiliar with him as a subject. And it came off like he was almost unintentionally trivializing his experience at the lows of his addiction, when I don't think that's what he was intending to convey at all. And it comes through more clearly as a balanced, kind of cohesive, dynamic set of feelings that emerged from in light of him, reckoning with his addiction, that there is humor to it, but he was also saying like, but this is like, it sounds like a joke, but it's not.
Your dad's the president of the United States, or it doesn't matter. And they don't admit that to themselves. They don't admit it to anyone around them. Don't ever say it. And you know what happens? They never lose it. And it sits like right here, like in the back of your head, and it pops up. And you just feel so disgusted with yourself that your brain immediately tells you, regardless of how far away you are from a drink or drug, like, I know the way not to feel this way. I know exactly how to feel this way. You're going to die if you keep feeling this way. You need to take a drink. And that's always how it starts. I mean, alcohol is the most dangerous drug in the world, just by virtue of the amount of destruction and devastation that comes personally into the people around people that are alcoholics. And I don't find any difference between being an addict and an alcoholic. But that's where it starts, and that's where it started for me. That's my story until I met Melissa and got clean and sober, and I've been so almost 7 years now.
All right, you guys, some moments change everything. And for a woman facing...
Damn, she got an ad placement even for the Hunter Biden interview.
Discount. Again, that's Nimi Skincare.
In between, Hunter talking over here about how he smoked Parmesan cheese from a carpet.
.com, promo code Candace10 at checkout. When you're in that moment, and I guess people don't realize you're going through this and you don't get to decide what your father does for a living. And I think that's probably why people separate it as well too, because like I said, there's this idea of what a politician's family is supposed to be. Yeah. And you obviously are, because I genuinely understand what those sorts of addictions do. I don't think people realize you're just not even yourself. It's like a demon, as the best way to say it. And maybe I'm taking
What is preborn? LOL, this is some anti-choice shit that she's involved in.
Take on this, but it's like a full demonic possession when you're in the throes of these drugs. And I mean, this was actually a great benefit of A&E doing intervention, because people could really see these moments where people will choose the drug over their family. They will choose the drug over their kids. They will they'll choose the drug over literally anything. And for people who, and I actually tend to agree with you that I've wondered myself if there's something genetic, because I'm not wired that way. Yeah. Or maybe I just haven't found the drug that would do that to me. But I would say,
oh my God, for Candace to say this, it's actually really fucking rude, even if she's saying it in a cordial and civil way. Although I do think she's tapping into a sentiment that a lot of people have, which is that I'm too personally resilient to ever succumb to the throes of addiction or to ever become dependent on a substance when, no, you're not. Clearly, this is a thing that many, many people struggle with, and all it takes is a bad day or just ending up in like the, strange set of circumstances that bring about you interacting with these drugs or with these substances. You're not exceptional in that way. You don't get to exclude yourself from statistics or cognitive pitfalls like that. Jesus.
That, like, I've just never been, never had something and was like, oh, I just need to
Her old tweets about Hunter is unhinged. I hope they come up.
Have that again or want it again. And I've seen friends that they have something once and they're like, want to do this every second. And I go, that's very interesting. Like, it's almost like you're
I totally,
made of something different.
I'm certain of that. And the science is certain of that. And anyways, I mean, we all can, I think that we all
Biden with Biden
can associate with
another theory. Candace is already on drugs. Many people are saying this.
Understand addiction at more or less devastating levels. So, for instance, where's your phone? I mean, you have you basically have a packet of heroin.
Right.
We all do in our pocket.
Is he I thought he was going to be like, all right, tell us your screen time. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
Constantly giving us that dopamine, which, by the way, we can get to talking about that because I think that we are not nearly as divided as people as we think that we are. I think that bag of heroin in everybody's pocket is feeding them a lot of that division. But so we can all kind of understand the compulsion to do things that aren't that clearly aren't benefiting us, like staying up until 3 o'clock in the morning and going through your For You page on TikTok. Every mother,
I've definitely never done that. It's not even, but even if I had, nothing wrong with that.
their father can watch their teenager do that and go, God, this is awful, and I'm going to take his phone away. And then they turn back to their phone and they start going through their phone. Like, I'm, I am not any better. So we can kind of all understand that compulsion.
She could be on drugs. It would explain the psychosis easier. I really, really wish it could be explained that like everything that Candace Owens is up to is brought to you by crack or meth. But no, I think it's really brought to you just by the sponsors that probably pay her absurd amounts of money or give her insanely generous kickbacks to show for their products, in between her like just fucking slandering the Macrons or Erica Kirk, which I enjoy. Don't get me wrong. Don't think for a second I don't thoroughly enjoy seeing this woman go off on Erica Kirk. But I think it's a lot more unexceptional than that, and I don't think that this is a product of like addiction. It's just a product of somebody who like wants money and clout and gets it,
and
is also comes off as like more human than most of these fucking skinwalkers that are in right-wing circles like Mark Levin.
Becomes just so.
That suit jacket was way too big for Kyle. Was his dad's or something? Bunzig, you only bring this up when I don't have Kyle on screen already, so I can't point that out because I was thinking the exact same fucking thing. It was before he could, he was getting everything custom fit. Okay.
The blast radius continues to grow.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference between being addicted to your phone,
or natural schizophrenia, also a valid hypothesis when it comes to Candace Owens.
And being addicted to crack cocaine, I'm not saying are the same, but at least we can kind of get a little bit of an understanding of the physiology of that, of the way in which the brain actually works. But
it's like the micro versus the macro, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody has the micro.
But so you can see the micro impact of it. But I think that one of the reasons that why people are so like shocked by my story, and by the way, and we're able to conflate. So if the New York Post every day for 6 years runs a picture on online. I mean, I think they literally at one point did like 1.5 stories of me a day for an entire 18-month period. Okay, and in each, it didn't matter what the subject was. It was a picture of me naked
with a prostitute,
with whatever, and with crack.
Yeah, looking like a fucking Chad. And Republicans tried to cope and act like he looked bad, but he didn't. It just made him look like a cool ass dude
with a crack pipe in my lips. But what? So I don't get mad at people when they go, like, was that your cocaine? Like, well, number one, the White House. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. I had 7 Secret Service agents with me at any given time, everywhere I went. The idea that I was in the Situation Room and would decide to drop off but
how did it get there, Hunter?
Beyond
I had no idea that was where, like, one of the locations of that substance was even found, though.
That silliness is I don't blame people for not realizing that I have worked my effing ass off. I mean, in this environment, the proudest thing that I've ever done is stay clean and sober through all of that. Every piece of it, right? Both the trials through
the Hunter Hogg hearings. I mean, it literally cost Trump the election because of how petty he was being. Frank Luntz, in the lead up to the 2020 election, was telling the Trump admin and any Republican that would listen to him, please stop with this Biden crime family narrative. It's tanking your numbers. You're not going to be able to secure the re-election win if this is what you choose to pivot to. Given that there's an ongoing global pandemic, you've not handled it well. There's a 9/11's worth of people dying every fucking day. We need like mass graves now to deal with how many Americans are dying of fucking COVID. You're not taking it seriously. You put Pence in charge. You suggested to people to fucking inject bleach in their arms, and now most of your party hates fucking vaccines. Get it together. Read the fucking room. Bringing up Hunter Biden's alleged misdeeds is not the way to go. You sound out of touch and like you're just self-involved. What did he do? Not pivot. He loses the fucking election. January 6th, fake election scheme. You know the rest of it, right? But like, it's so like there have been different points in this where I was reacting to this where I was like, all right, chill. Like you weren't the most famous addict, but like the obsession that Republicans had with trying to make him like a household name, trying to make him synonymous with Democratic corruption more broadly, quote unquote, it like cannot be understated. They are still on this to this day.
Accusations through
with the Burisma shit, but they really try to tie it back to Biden because they realize how little resonance tying it back to Hunter has because people just don't have a stake in it. He's not a public servant.
Alexander Smirnovs and Gallups and Konstantin Kuliks and Lev Parnases and Rudy's and Steve Bannon's and all of that. Is it purely because of the love of the people around me and my willingness to own it all? I'm sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
And you're not taking that away from me.
Right.
No, and by the way, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The realization at one point is that you can try. I have no fear. No fear. And that's why I'm here more than anything is because I probably, I'm certain that we disagree on a lot of stuff, but there used to be a time, Candace, where you and I could sit down together and disagree about tax policy and disagree about, the Catholic Church's view on
Aaron, Trump lost because of Hunter, so I'm not the only Hunter chat. No, that's not what I said. To be clear, and I think maybe you know this, but just to clarify, since I read it out loud, Trump lost because he could not stop talking about Hunter. It was not actually Hunter that really caused it. You know what I mean?
An abortion, or disagree with, whatever the subject may be, and still be able to go have a meal together.
Right. I talk about that often on my show. Like I back when I was left-leaning in college, my best friend was Republican conservative. Like it wasn't so at each other's throats and hating each other and wanting to destroy one another. And you can kind of see the good and the bad and go, well, this is why I have this perspective, and perspectives could change, and that was allowed too. I think about what it was that, just revisiting what made a lot of people, including myself, so angry about you. Or I guess it wasn't really about you. It was the gaslighting. It was the letter that came from people saying it was Russian propaganda. That is what is driving us crazy about the Epstein files right now. It's what's actually leading, ironically, to the collapse of the MAGA support, is we don't want to be gaslit. Yeah. And to be fair, it wasn't you. That's why it was so refreshing when you were like, yes, I had a crack addiction. This is me. I did this. I was with hookers. Yeah. But you weren't speaking for you. And there were literally a bunch of people that were coming out and saying, this is not real. Yeah. And that is the most infuriating thing because everyone's average. Everyone can connect with addiction. Everyone could have this conversation. Actually, if you would come out and I probably in that environment, obviously, maybe there would have been a different result because we were at each other's throats.
No, exactly.
But that is what made people so angry. Yeah. It was like, nope, he never smoked crack. It wasn't real. Yeah. The laptop is Russian propaganda. We're like, guys, what is this?
Yeah, by the way, here's the problem, is that Steve Bannon and Rudy Giuliani saved the quote-unquote laptop, which, by the way, is bullshit. If we can agree on that gaslighting, I will agree on the gaslighting of this, is that there was never a quote-unquote laptop. There was a hard drive of stolen and hacked material, wherever it came from, whether it came from a Delaware repair shop or whether it came, like Lev Parnas says, from Dmitry Firtash, who was trying to sell a hard drive, Hunter Biden's, in Ukraine, that they were looking for before the laptop repair shop guy was ever the twinkle in the eye. Just go back and look at the record, okay? So here's the thing.
It is the sort of craziest story when you drill into the brass tacks of it, and like which Republican chuckle fucks were at the fucking center of this.
You're absolutely right. And and this is like the freedom of being able to say this. It's like, yeah, they should have let me go out and talk.
Yeah.
But it was 2 weeks before the campaign, and then and then the election was over. Steve Bannon goes on and with his buddy Gao, the Chinese billionaire that's now in prison, and that is like a Chinese spy or whatever. Where he got arrested on his boat and all that crap. There is a go listen to it. Go listen to the recorded conversation in which they say, like, the laptop, like, we got him. We so we collected all the salacious pictures and we put them out there. And then Rudy went out and stood on the steps of the Newcastle County Courthouse with Bernie Carrick and said, this contains child exploitation. Like pure, pure bullshit, just bullshit. So on both sides, you have this reaction, which I don't think was necessarily a coordinated reaction in the sense that, what do you do in 2 weeks? And so they come up with this and they say, and I don't get to go out and say, no, I was. But you know what I did? Is that come April, I write a book and I tell everybody I was addicted to crack. And here's my story. And here's what happened. And here is all of the rooms that no one would ever want to admit to being in that I was in. And
at face value, the Hunter laptop did seem like propaganda. I mean, there's a reason why. Again, it was a general notice. I think people are under the impression that when it was like the FBI put out a notice to the social media companies, not directly to any one individual one. I believe it was just sort of like basically like a mass email saying that these sorts of stories have the markings of Russian disinformation. Be vigilant about it. People are under the impression that like the FBI said that directly to like the CEO of Twitter and like Mark Zuckerberg themselves. And they didn't. It was a generalized notice about stories like this. And maybe it was named alongside others, but I don't believe so. I think it was just a warning.
And it was like a blip on the radar because everybody was now fighting about whether there was kind of a...
The problem is that all the things he was doing were cool. I mean, where he hasn't even talked about him being photoed on like a fucking water slide.
Press story on Twitter and whether there was this gaslighting from, and by the way, I am not here to defend any...
But then it's
people.
part of like the political machine where they're like, we have 2 weeks to go to the election.
Yeah.
We're going to do this denial, because we can't afford this right now, essentially.
Yeah.
And then we're going to table this, make it past these 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then by that time, first and foremost, your father won, right?
Yeah.
So, and so people are angry. They feel like the election's been stolen and that there was this entire collusion to cover a laptop, which if it was on the other side, they may have done too. This is what DC is. It's politics. But that is where I think the anger came from. Yeah. And it was just like,
I get it.
How dare you gaslight us? And then people...
And that's why I wrote that tweet about you. I'm going to like look through her Twitter right now and see if I can find it.
The focal point of...
It never had anything to do with me.
Right. It was kind of bigger than you at that point.
You know what the laptop proved?
That you were a crackhead.
There you go.
That you were deep in the throes of crack addiction.
All this other bullshit, bribery and all these other things that they investigated up and down during the Trump administration with a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, with the Trump-appointed U.S. attorney, the only U.S. attorney in the country to stay on and continue to...
It was Trump's FBI, not Joe Biden's. For some of them, but not for the ones that Biden ended up pardoning him for. That was his own FBI.
Prosecute me, who then became special counsel after I got a plea deal. Because I paid my taxes late, and I paid them with penalties and interest, and I owned a gun for 11 days. While they say I was addicted and check that box. That's it. Everybody has all the information. It's not like the Department of Justice has my digital footprint in every text message, every email. And there's not a single one in which you find that would in any way supports the really serious accusations of enriching himself somehow, or none of it's there. So I own whatever you want to call it. I own the laptop. Come, you know what? We can go through it.
It's ironic that those books in the background behind Hunter seems to have the image of St. Basil's Cathedral, Russia's most famous church. Oh yeah.
Together, if you're willing to
coincidence, there's no such thing as coincidence.
To, like, avert your eyes to the tragedy of addiction. I mean, just the absolute tragedy of it.
Yeah.
But man, oh man, there is no space for that in discourse anymore. There's no space for the nuance of, well, that was addiction. That wasn't corruption. I did not do any business through entire 4 years.
This is like his version of I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Okay, like, can we really discharge it all to, being an externality of his addiction? I'm not so sure.
I became a painter. You know why I became a painter? Because it literally saved my life. I painted my whole life. And Melissa instinctively knew that I literally needed to like occupy my hands in early recovery, like 12 hours a day. Like just, like to be able to focus on not the crushing weight of the consequences of years of addiction. And so I just sat and I painted and I painted and I painted. And I decided to have a show in the gallery and, and offer my paintings for sale. And the New York Post comes out and says, Hunter Biden's selling his paintings for $500,000. I've never sold a painting nor offered a painting for $500,000 in my friggin' life. And by the way, everybody knows this because every painting that I sold, everybody that bought a painting had to pay about $250,000 to defend themselves before an impeachment hearing. Go read the transcripts of people under oath. But regardless, is the laptop absolutely proved not
like say one notable quote, Hunter. Like that's what I wish you would ask him. Like what's something from the transcript that you wish people would see but you know that they won't?
nothing, but it became this cultural touchstone. It was like it embodied the Biden crime family. Mm-hmm. And if you wanted to
just so laughable on its face, because the Genocide Joe meme should be Biden's legacy, not this Biden crime family shit.
Able to believe that, not wanted to be able to believe that. If you believe that because you're being told that by people that you trust that have told you that your election was stolen, that your democracy was thwarted, that the process was unfair, is that all you had to do, and I get this, is look at the pictures. It doesn't look like a good guy to me.
Right. Because you weren't a good guy in the pictures.
No.
Yeah.
Smoking crack in a motel room with a prostitute.
Right. Like, yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, they come out and, like, they're saying, oh, like, this, like, I admit it all. Not only admit it all, I own it all. I will own everything, the worst of it, all of it.
And then being, like, I mean, now in retrospect, and things have changed. I mean, times have changed. Like I said, I was one of the chief people that was really angry about it. And it did, that was the exact reason why when I re-examine it, it was the gaslighting. It's the same reason why I'm angry with Trump over the Epstein thing. It's like, I can't come back from media gaslighting. The Trump thing is worse because it came from his own mouth, the gaslighting. So it wasn't like people trying to cover it up. It was like Trump being like, what Epstein files? Are we still talking about the Epstein files? And so, but then things kind of changed, I think, with time also, because I was very, definitely say I was close with Don Jr., traveled a lot with him through the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. We talked about it, this corruption, can't believe they denied it, all these photos coming out. And then we get whatever this, Trump family is now. And it's like, man, I think it was a historian that wrote on X exactly how I feel, which is, I wish I could go back to the days.
The ex-historians.
Where I thought like Hunter Biden's art was the most corrupt deal that was done in politics. And now we're going, okay, we stood behind Trump, we fought,
Well, I'm here for this being parlayed into talking shit about Trump.
Shared the photos of Hunter Biden to the extent that we could, and now we have their family engaged in so many corrupt deals, the meme coins, the taking advantage of people, and you go, okay, well, what we actually have is DC is corrupt, politics is corrupt, and I think it is kind of a unifying point, not to excuse, the gaslighting of people for 2 weeks, which made people super angry, but I do think it's just a different time.
You don't see a lot of this like left-right unity shit, man. Usually it's like Cenk Uygur pushing it, but she's kind of pushing it herself in a way, in terms that are less explicit than what you see like sort of more like left or lib adjacent populists try to do.
Where people are kind of going back and examining, and I feel actually terrible realizing that you were finally clean, and then it's just this humiliation ritual over and over and over again of people putting everything out there and not realizing also your kids are facing this consequence as well, which people do not think about a lot of times when they publish stories. Like I even was reticent and didn't cover the Chrissy Noem thing because the first thing that came to my mind
do they have kids?
Was their kids. Like I'm like, these are kids that are about to go to college. Like, and why are they doing this? Because she's in politics, right? And so this becomes, they don't think about the children. And yeah, I mean, I think now that I have kids too, I think there's just like, wow, they don't sign up for what I do for podcasting. Kids don't sign up for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, number one, kids are way more resilient than you think. They're so much tougher. And I know.
This is completely unrelated and also months ago, but did you see Brianna Joy Gray arguing with people on Twitter about cooking with Asian ingredients being hard and a waste of money? No, I don't know how I missed this discourse, but if you link it to me, I might be able to take a look at it tomorrow. I will exhume that.
No, my girls have like, and they love me and deeply, and I can 100% accept that love now and return it with everything that I have to offer. But part of what you're describing is politics in memoriam, part of it. But something's changed, Candace. There is a meanness, a willingness to adopt very, very un-American tactics against our opponents because it become a zero-sum game. It's not just that I disagree with you, it's you need to be punished.
How do you feel about Hunter 2028? I'm not really here for it, to be honest. Although he did say he was pretty forceful in the Channel 5 interview about Kilmar Rigo Garcia. Let me see if I can't find the parts where I was like, okay, based, hold on. Channel 5, Hunter.
The news.
Let's see. I put invade. Like talking about like how the immigration narrative is like complete fucking bullshit and how he's like ginned up a bunch of xenophobic hate that's like total lies. Let me see.
Reconstruction plan, all achieved through violence, corruption, and making a complete and utter mockery of the Constitution.
And there's also this perception, if you look at whenever segregation on public transport was codified with Plessy versus Ferguson, I think it was in 1902, there's this perception because of the voting records at that time that most people supported it. People don't understand, or some people do, but the Klan emerged as a voter intimidation force. It wasn't just simply terror for terror's sake, that was a part of it, but it was to specifically target black area polling stations, voting booths.
It did. And by the way, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Whether it's voter suppression through violence and intimidation or disinformation, it's the same goddamn thing. It's whether it's an algorithm or whether it's a cross burning in your yard. That is what we have fought. We are caught in this loop. It's like the permanent Reconstruction loop, okay? The permanent Jim Crow loop is that every single time that we get closer to that idea, that promise, that potential of a more perfect union, what ends up fucking happening is they come in and they shut the door down because there's this.
It's so funny how much more he cusses in this one than the Candace Owens one. It clearly comes naturally to him.
Evil symbiosis between money and power. So what do?
I think Hunter wins against Newsom and his greasy fake ass. I definitely think that he has a lot more charisma universally than someone like Gavin Newsom, who's to me so disingenuous.
I said to you, look, I'm going to tell you a story from the past. It's about a minority group of people that live in a country. It's constitutional democracy that has had its problems in the past, but it's an economic powerhouse, and it is the center of learning, it's the center of culture, it has a deep and rich history. But there is a minority group that those in power that came into power through democratically elected means are going to target this minority group because they're stealing all the jobs.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken.
They're not originally citizens. They're not the original people.
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you. They're not sending you.
On top of that, they're spreading disease and distrust. And they're criminals. And they can be violent. They're eating your dogs and cats.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
And what we're going to do is we're going to send mass men to this marginalized group. And we are going to take them, put them on planes, put them on buses, put them on trains, and send them to a prison camp in a foreign country. What am I describing right then? Am I describing Germany? Or am I describing the United States right now? Because I will tell you what, if you think that the prison in El Salvador is not a fucking concentration camp, you're out of your fucking mind. Tell me anybody that's returning from there. You saw those pictures. Do you think anybody's getting out of there? Or, is it a rehabilitation center? You think I've been to those places in South Sudan and around.
Dude, and they fucking love it. There's like the same way that there's a Trump cult surrounding Donald Trump in this country. They have it for what's his name? It starts with an M. I can't think of it. The guy who he lowered El Salvador's murder rate, but it was at the expense of due process. They've put all of these people in these torture dungeons and they're not getting out, and he's consolidating power. Malay, yes, the fucking Malay found it's women too. It's women too. They're you don't know what it was like to be in this country before he cleaned up the streets. It's one thing for you to say that, oh, if you like these criminals so much, you take them. It's Bukele. Yes, Bukele.
In those areas, you think anybody's getting out of those South Sudan prisons? Ever? Out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, Malay's Argentina.
That's a death camp.
We bailed out.
They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you would want to be dead if you were in that prison. And we just sent a bunch of people without due process, some of them most likely legally in the United States. Like, I think of that.
His case got dropped today. That actually reminds me. Hold on, let me see. Because I did want to cover this briefly. We'll do a slight little tangent. We can afford a little tangent. Because after he was returned, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was charged with human trafficking. Federal judge dismisses human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. This was reported yesterday. A federal judge on Friday dismissed a human smuggling case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia, finding that the Justice Department's pursuit of criminal charges was designed to punish him for challenging his mistaken deportation to El Salvador last year. The ruling amounted to an extraordinary rebuke of a Justice Department that under President Donald Trump has repeatedly been accused of targeting defendants for political purposes. The Trump admin touted the charges against Abrego Garcia last year at a press conference in which then Attorney General Pam Bondi declared, "This is what American justice looks like." The evidence before this court sadly reflects an abuse of prosecuting power. U.S. District Judge Waverly Crenshaw in Nashville, Tennessee, said in his ruling granting Abrego Garcia's motion to dismiss for selective or vindictive prosecution. Without Abrego Garcia's, quote, successful lawsuit challenging his removal to El Salvador, the government would not have brought this prosecution. Abrego Garcia's deportation became an embarrassment for Trump officials when they were ordered to return him to the U.S. In his motion to dismiss, Abrego Garcia claimed that both the timing of the criminal charges and inflammatory statements about him by top Trump officials demonstrated that the prosecution was vindictive. Literally, they could have gotten away with this if they could just shut the fuck up. Which I don't fucking want, obviously, but it just goes to speak to the level of incompetence and how stupid these people are, just as much as they are evil. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a victim of politicized, vindictive White House and its lawyers at what used to be an independent Justice Department. His criminal defense attorney said in a statement after Friday's ruling, "We are so pleased that he's a free man." The Justice Department vowed to appeal, calling the judge's order wrong and dangerous. Crenshaw stopped short of finding the government acted with actual vindictiveness, a rarely met standard that usually requires evidence like a prosecutor admitting that charges were filed in retaliation against someone. But the judge did find that there was enough evidence of presumptive vindictiveness, including the timing of the indictment, statements made by then U.S. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and the sustained oversight of the case by other top Justice Department officials, that the case against Abrego Garcia was thoroughly tainted. The government's own explanations weren't convincing. Crenshaw wrote, Abrego Garcia was charged with human smuggling and conspiracy to commit human smuggling, with prosecutors claiming that he accepted money to transport within the U.S. people who were in the country illegally. The charges stem from a 2022 traffic stop in Tennessee for speeding. Body cam footage from a Tennessee Highway Patrol officer shows a calm exchange with Abrego Garcia. There were 9 passengers in the car, and the officers discussed among themselves their suspicions of smuggling. However, Abrego Garcia was eventually allowed to continue driving with only a warning. In the Friday ruling, Crenshaw wrote that the timing of the charges was central to the presumption of the vindictiveness. Homeland Security has been aware of the traffic stop for 2 years and had closed the case against Abrego Garcia when it deported him. Once the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that he should be brought back to the U.S., they reopened the case. While the government bore the responsibility to rebut the presumption of vindictiveness, prosecutors did not call as a witness the person who reopened the case to explain why. Instead, they offered only quote-unquote secondhand testimony. In a statement released by the group Rear Casa, which has been supporting Abrego Garcia and his family, he thanked God for the dismissal of the criminal charges. Justice is a big word and an even bigger promise to fulfill, and I am grateful for that today. Justice has taken a step forward, he said. Abrego Garcia's deportation violated a 2019 immigration court order granting him protection from deportation to his home country after the judge found he faced danger there from a gang that targeted his family. Abrego Garcia is a Salvadoran citizen with an American wife and child who has lived in Maryland for years, although he immigrated to the U.S. illegally as a teenager. The 2019 order allowed him to live and work in the U.S. under Immigration and Customs Enforcement supervision, but he was not given residency status. Meanwhile, the Trump admin officials have said Abrego Garcia cannot remain in the U.S. They have vowed to deport him to a third country, most recently Liberia. Fucking bleak. They will not stop trying to harass this man, but at the very least, there's a W here for once.
Poor guy that they said was a gang member because he had a tattoo on his arm that was a makeup artist. And they say he's MS-13. He literally a makeup artist that fled, I think, I'm making it up, Venezuela, because of a dictator, and came to the United States and sought asylum, received asylum, and they literally take this poor guy and they pick him up, and he has a family, and he has friends, and he has an entire community, and they give him no due process, and they put him on a plane with maybe a bunch of other criminals and send him to that fucking hellscape. He's dead, and nobody gives a shit. And I mean it. Like, we sit here and we talk about the one guy because there's a clear legal path to being able to get him back. What about all those other people? Am I not supposed to feel for someone? Am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration? Fuck you. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your fucking garden? Who do you think is here by the fucking sheer fucking just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the fucking criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a fucking violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm fucking Emanuel. So fucking smart, Rahm Emanuel. And so we got to understand that these people are really mad.
It's like, I like it when he's saying stuff like this.
And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that fucking appealed to those fucking white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old. And he got 81 million votes. And he did not because he appeased their fucking
all right.
Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from fucking Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, fuck you. How are we getting those people back from fucking El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the fucking president of El Salvador and say, you either fucking send them back or I'm going to fucking invade. It's a fucking crime what they're doing. He's a fucking...
Like, this sort of attitude, this is where I do see that I'm like, he could be a skilled politician, but he has so much baggage that I don't know that you could really outdo that, with the general American electorate.
Dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Yeah. The craziest thing to me is especially interviewing migrants and like hearing about the journey they went through to get here. You got some people who walked for 30 days to the deserts of Mexico into the Arizona desert.
But yeah, that's my feelings on 2028.
You need to be punished for what you believe. There's this incredible show. I really want to meet them one day. I don't know if you listened to it. It's called The Necessary Conversation. Have you listened to it?
Oh my God. Dude, why Mary Lou and Bob mentioned hello. I did not fucking expect that.
It's a brother and a sister who are progressives. One lives in LA and one lives in Austin.
These are the MAGA parents that Trump, that Hassan debated, for anybody who doesn't remember.
And she runs a bakery.
The ghost, yeah.
And a mom and dad. And they are ultra MAGA. And I think they were in, Missouri somewhere. Okay? And I mean, don't take their caps off. Trump literally can do no wrong. He's playing 4D chess on the Epstein thing. I know he said no war in Iran.
I wonder if they've seen this. This was 2 days ago. This is only a day or two ago.
But, he must have a reason for it, and you can't convince, literally. But they have this conversation. And they have real issues with each other. The daughter gets really mad at the dad. Dad, you were a jerk to us when we were kids. You made me. But then she has this conversation with her mom who loves animals and taught her about empathy. And they would adopt all, these animals. And they would, you find out her dad taught, or coached all of their Little League games. And she was a softball player. And if a kid couldn't afford the uniform, dad would quietly go out and buy the uniform. And he's awful on this thing, by the way. He's and in terms of the way that he speaks and speaks to them, and he's tough, and I don't give a shit, and drop a bomb on them, kind of,
Mm-hmm.
But it's so informative. Is that before? That's a normal family.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing. Before, you and I could meet at a restaurant in Georgetown, and your husband and my wife, and we could have dinner together, and like with Tucker, I knew Tucker, you know what I mean, and you could have dinner together and think that what Tucker was saying was crazy and I don't agree with, and I don't agree with, half the stuff. But you know what it didn't mean? It didn't mean that I thought that he should be tried for treason and executed. And that's what happened to me. And I mean that not figuratively. I mean it literally. That's what people were saying. And that's what people...
I still feel bad for Mary Lou having to carry that shit for her deadbeat husband. We love Mary Lou.
Of real importance, we're saying. Those were the words that were coming out of the mouth, and I'm paraphrasing, of people like Steve Bannon. And
not this being attached to the Hunter Biden YouTube channel. Yeah, I didn't realize that until I clicked this. That they did this in collaboration. Is he soft launching something? He already has the book. The book is several years old, so maybe a political career, maybe a podcast, who fucking knows?
People like Rudy Giuliani, people of authority. And it changes everything. Is how can you even have a discussion, for instance? How could I go out and talk about, how could I respond, was that cocaine mine? Like, what do you want? You want me to take a drug test? Because I'm taking a drug test almost weekly for the Department of Corrections and probation. You know, I have a probation officer. You know, I'm on release until trial. You know, but what do you do? Is that the statement that you make to the New York Post? It's impossible. It becomes impossible. So what do? You realize this, and I don't know if you feel this way in your own life, is that you know what the real problem is? It's not out there. It's not that person. If I could just get Steve Bannon to tell the truth, if I could just get Rudy Giuliani to stop lying about me, if I could just get Konstantin Kulak to say that he wrote it's not there. You realize in order to survive, it's all inside. Every single piece of it is about figuring out how to love yourself, not live in that shame.
Hunter is soft launching Candace's heart.
And in order for you to be able to be of service first, or, you know, to Melissa, like return the beautiful thing that she gave me, which was a chance to be of service to my dad, to return the unconditional love, which is not love without consequences, not love without accountability. It's just knowing that no matter what, even through the consequences.
Why did I just know that an ad was coming up?
Being held accountable, that person still loves me.
All right, you guys, when I think about the future.
All right, you guys, I want to see. I want to finish this tomorrow because I want to look at Tulsi Gabbard resigning as National Intelligence Director and reporting from Reuters on like the circumstances surrounding that. So as you guys have probably heard, Tulsi Gabbard resigns as intelligence chief. This was reported yesterday. What we're covering today, Gabbard resigns. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, is resigning from her post overseeing the nation's 18 spy agencies, a spokeswoman for her office says. Ms. Gabbard said she was resigning because her husband has been diagnosed with cancer. Green cards. This is summaries of other shit. So it says Gabbard resigns as the director of national intelligence, ending a rocky tenure. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, and an advocate of a more restrained foreign policy. Dude, I cannot believe this continues to get smuggled in, even though she's attached to this fucking admin, submitted a letter of resignation to President Trump on Friday, saying that she was stepping away to support her husband after he recently was diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer. The departure will bring an end to Ms. Gabbard's rocky tenure overseeing the 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, during which she had been largely sidelined by the White House on significant national security issues, including military operations in Iran and Venezuela. Mr. Trump assembled a second admin last year with an unusual mix of foreign policy hawks in one corner and critics of American entanglements overseas, like Ms. Gabbard in the other. Again, critics, plural, but they'll only ever be able to name Gabbard and Vance, and he's the VP. He's not in this. It's a bunch of hawks. I don't understand why they even tried to flip this. It's so unserious. But Ms. Gabbard and her wing found themselves increasingly marginalized in recent months, and her departure marks the most significant exit yet from the coalition of restrainers. In her letter Friday, Ms. Gabbard, 45, said she would remain in her post as the nation's intelligence chief until June 30th. My husband, Abraham, has recently been diagnosed with an extremely rare form of bone cancer, Ms. Gabbard said in her resignation letter, a copy of which was released from her office. He faces major challenges in the coming weeks and months. At this time, I must step away from public service to be by his side and fully support him through his battle. Ms. Gabbard has been married to Abraham Williams, a cinematographer, since 2015. Mr. Trump announced that Aaron Lucas, Ms. Gabbard's deputy, would serve as acting director of national intelligence. It was not clear whom Mr. Trump intended to nominate to replace Ms. Gabbard, a combat veteran and former Democratic congresswoman from Hawaii, who ran for president in 2020 before breaking with her party to support Mr. Trump in 2024. Mr. Trump did not force Ms. Gabbard to resign on Friday, according to people familiar with the matter, but her standing and influence within the White House has continued to erode in recent months, and this is contradicted by some reporting from Reuters that we're going to look at next. In a post on Truth Social, Mr. Trump thanked her for her service in the admin. Tulsi has done an incredible job and we will miss her, he wrote. She's not dying, dude. The way that he writes that. Democrats, while expressing sympathy for Ms. Gabbard and her husband, made clear they had been dismayed by her performance. Let's be clear, Donald Trump must not treat this vacancy as another opportunity to reward loyalty over competence, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, said in a statement. Ms. Gabbard has been a controversial figure in the Trump admin. She was seldom seen in the room when Mr. Trump was made major national security decisions and was widely viewed within the admin and by lawmakers in Congress as not a key member of the president's team. Her problems began soon after she was narrowly confirmed to the job last year, following an especially contentious confirmation hearing. Wasn't it Fetterman who ended up being instrumental in her, or maybe it was Bondi, being confirmed? But I digress. Several Republican senators joined Democrats in aggressively questioning her about some of her past views. It's funny because they're skeptical that she's like a secret Dem, which it's so fucking stupid to think. about some of her past views, including her defenses of the former intelligence contractor Edward Snowden and Bashar al-Assad, the former Syrian dictator. As a fierce critic of the war in Iraq, Ms. Gabbard was closely aligned at times with Vice President J.D. Vance, but that put her out of step with Mr. Trump and many of his most influential advisors, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, who pressed for an increasingly aggressive foreign policy in Latin America and Iran. Despite conflicting foreign policy views, Ms. Gabbard at times managed her relationship with Mr. Trump and won support from him with her work on election security and her surprise appearance early this year at an FBI seizure of a 2020 vote ballots in Georgia. This is actually something that an analyst on CNN was saying they thought may have been instrumental in her being ousted. But now here, the Times is reporting, and I think this is a more reasonable analysis to say that that's actually something that would curry favor with Trump, not solely it. And Ms. Gabbard pleased Mr. Trump with her criticism of Obama-era investigations of Russian election meddling. She's like hotter than everybody. She's the hottest one in the room right now, Mr. Trump said last July. After Ms. Gabbard amplified without evidence claims that the Obama admin had deliberately overstated Russia's interference in the 2016 election, they were literally trying to suggest or even maybe outright say at different points that Obama was like treason, had committed treason, but they weren't going to charge him. Made no sense. The praise came just weeks after Mr. Trump excoriated Ms. Gabbard over a video she had filmed during a trip to Asia that he saw as self-promotional, according to two people with knowledge of what had happened. But as she variously pleased and disappointed Mr. Trump, Ms. Gabbard quickly developed a strained relationship with the CIA, as well as the broader U.S. intelligence community, according to current and former American officials. She presided over significant turnover at her agency headquarters in Liberty Crossing, Virginia, and supported efforts by Mr. Trump to rescind security clearances of intelligence officials viewed by the president and his allies as either disloyal or corrupt. Mr. Trump had given Ms. Gabbard a mandate to shrink the size of her office, and she pursued that with vigor. She slashed the Foreign Malign Influence Center, which tracked adversarial efforts to interfere in American politics, and made other changes. But her diminished stature in the admin became more visible in recent months. During her planning for the attacks on Iran and the January military raid to seize President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela, it was the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, who emerged as the most influential voice on intelligence matters. When Mr. Trump's closest advisors met, it was Mr. Ratcliffe who delivered the intelligence assessments, not Ms. Gabbard. Tensions between the CIA and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which was created after the September 11th terror attacks in 2001 to ensure better coordination of U.S. intelligence, rose throughout Ms. Gabbard's 15-month tenure because of what some intelligence officials saw as political stunts. Again, what some people saw as political stunts, it's just plainly, flagrantly, objectively that. She stripped the security clearance of a senior CIA officer who had been tapped for an overseas assignment. She ousted some respected career CIA officers from posts held within her office. There were also some turf battles Ms. Gabbard sought to move. There were also turf battles. Ms. Gabbard sought to move production of parts of the President's Daily Brief, a daily compendium of the most important intelligence insights generated by U.S. spy agencies, from CIA headquarters to her own. While Ms. Gabbard's office oversees in the brief, much of the work of pulling together the material for the president and other senior leaders is done at the agency. Ms. Gabbard was also in dispute with the FBI about whether her office should have ultimate oversight over counterintelligence efforts, for which the Bureau has long had primary responsibility. FBI leaders have also had primary responsibility. FBI leaders were also upset by the effort of Joe Kent, the former director of the National Counterterrorism Center and a close aide to Ms. Gabbard, to investigate the killing of Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, which he any credibility he had earned, he tanked so quickly by going on Candace Owens' show and flirting with that stupid shit. Mr. Kemp stepped down in March, citing his objections to the Iran war. Another ally, Amaryllis Fox Kennedy, announced this month that she was leaving her post in Ms. Gabbard's office and another position at the White House. The departures fueled speculation that Ms. Gabbard could soon be next to go. Olivia C. Coleman, a spokeswoman for Ms. Gabbard, challenged accounts that Ms. Gabbard had been at odds with the White House. Ms. Gabbard will be the fourth cabinet member of Mr. Trump's second term to step down. I was literally about the point that I was like, where are we at? I know for sure, obviously, Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi, but I forgot about the other ones. Following former AG Pam Bondi, former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and former Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer, all four of them women. On Friday, she submitted her resignation and signed "With love and aloha." So fucking corny, man. If her husband got diagnosed with a terminal illness and she's already been completely sidelined, it makes sense that she would just want to leave. Yes, that was the intuition that I had from this, but let's see. This is talking about how she may have been forced, and maybe it just happened to coincide. This is from Reuters, reported yesterday. Gabbard resigns as Trump's top U.S. Intelligence official. Let's see. This is in Washington. Tulsi Gabbard said on Friday that she was resigning from her job as President Donald Trump's Director of National Intelligence, saying her husband had been diagnosed with a rare form of bone cancer and she was leaving the role to help him. Fox News, I cannot do this. Truth Social, done a great job. She wants to be by his side. This. A source familiar with the matter said that Gabbard had been forced out by the White House. The White House did not respond to a request for comment, but Davis Engel, a White House spokesperson, said on X that Gabbard was departing in light of her husband's diagnosis. Trump has hinted in the past at differences with Gabbard on their approach to Iran, saying in March that she was quote-unquote softer than him on curbing Tehran's nuclear ambitions. In April, several sources told Reuters that Gabbard could lose her role in a broader cabinet shakeup. A senior White House official said that Trump had expressed displeasure with Gabbard in recent months. Another source with direct knowledge of the matter said the president had asked allies for their thoughts on potential replacements for the intelligence chief. And it's this that makes me wonder, like, again, if she were in better standing, maybe she would have just stayed in the position even as her husband was weathering the diagnosis. Unclear to know for sure. But, I mean, I trust Reuters. I think Reuters is more reputable than the New York Times, even if they are the paper of record. It is more, but this is, a source familiar. But I have no reason to think that they would have printed it if they didn't feel like they had something there, right? But speaking of the there, if you are watching me on Twitch and you're not following me, why the hell not? You should go ahead and do that. That way you can know when I go live. If you're watching me on YouTube, you should subscribe to me. That way, and turn on the bell. That way you can also know when I go live if that's your preferred platform. If you want to support me, the best way to do that is to go ahead and subscribe to me on Twitch, give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Twitch Prime sub. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also send me a YouTube super chat. I will read it out loud and thank you for doing so, even though they take 30%. But the best platform to tip me on is Streamlabs, which you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box if you're feeling generous, and donate to me there. And they'll only take, again, 3%. That's fucking awesome, you guys. Who owns Reuters? I'm not sure who owns Reuters. But yeah. All right. I think that is gonna do it for tonight. I'm gonna be sending you guys to, let's see who is live, to Ogre Boy. And tell him I said hi. He is, I'm looking at his channel and it just says content, reacts, chillin', political snark, vibes, rage bait, and his Discord. So let Ogreboy know that I say hi. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. And I had pretty good viewership for taking like a month off. I was really happy to finally be able to go live. I missed you guys. I will try to see you guys tomorrow and finish the Hunter Biden interview. But in the meantime, I will see you guys later. Bye.